Hello, and welcome to an evening of Dungeons and Dragons with us, Dice and Mimics. Going a slightly different direction today. At one point, we did play these characters as a part of a one-shot that we didn't record or stream. So the characters are not new to the players, but they will be new to all of you. This is effectively a mostly evil group, and this is going to be a heist one-shot. So we'll see how that goes. But joining me tonight, as always, but very different from always, we have Annette as Loveless.
Good evening.
We have Aaron as Shield.
Hello.
We have Steph as Yarissa.
Hello.
We have Ben as Padsby.
Evening.
And we have Reese as Idaris.
Hey.
So, to begin with, shall we go around and let the players introduce these new characters to you all? Shall we start with Loveless?
Got a weird accent. I'm a changeling. I'm a bit of a femme fatale. I like to play with my food, if you will. That's me.
Okay. Moving on to Shield.
I am a Warforged monk. I was found many moons ago by Loveless, lost in a desert.
He has a cat.
Ah!
Yeah, no, that's me.
Okay. Yarissa.
So I am a purple tiefling. I am a ranger, and like probably a lot of players around the world, I kind of wing it as I go along when it comes to the background. So let's
That
make
works
it up
for
as
me.
we go along.
Yeah?
We'll find out.
Yeah, find out. There's never any
Padsby.
thought process.
I can't remember how I played him last time.
I put
but,
his name under the
he's-
frame as Padrickson because I thought that was your name, not Padsby.
I'm Padrickson Loxby. Combine the two names together, I'm Padsby.
Okay, cool. Just so that the audience is aware that I haven't
Yeah,
moved to
that's
the
fine.
overlay.
Can't remember how I played him last time. However, I am a sneaky tinkerer, obsessed with fire. I'm also a very well-dressed cat boy, otherwise known as a Swiss Strider. I can get a little bit dark when I need to get dark.
Okay. And Idaris.
Idaris is a perfectly innocent halfling that is definitely not a quick-fingered little thief.
Okay. So, the last time you all met as a group, you pulled off the heist at Sly Manor, making away with that Rod of Illusions and returning it to your employer for a hefty chunk of gold each. And then, as you have already told me, you all went to your separate ways, other than Loveless and Shield, who work as a pair. I would assume you all went to different towns, different cities, made your way around. And it's been roughly a month since that all happened. You all don't remember what happened recently, but you all come to slowly in darkness. And as you try to move, you find your limbs are tied. You are sat down in what feels like chairs, your wrists probably tied to what feels like the arms, your ankles tied to the legs, and not a single one of you can see or move.
Out of curiosity, because Shield doesn't need to sleep, do you have seen anything beforehand?
No.
Can we talk?
Yeah,
The
he's
last,
definitely.
the last thing you remember was you and Loveless being at an inn planning your next heist, and then you woke up here.
Can we talk? Is it just
Yeah.
we can't move?
You can't see, but you don't feel anything in your mouth.
Shield? Are you there?
Loveless, is that you?
Eurissa, what are you doing?
Not you guys again.
Oh, God, you had to bring him, didn't you?
I didn't bring him. I was on my own.
Hell, are we?
It appears our guests are awake. Boys, just remove the hoods for me, would you? And you all feel as hands grip whatever is covering your faces and rips them away. And as the light hits your faces and you blink, you find yourself sat around a beautiful table inside what looks like a oriental-style pagoda. Around you is a beautiful Zen garden. There is the occasional clanking of what sounds like a bamboo trickler, and there is the soft playing of music nearby. And as you all look around, you see a large number of goblinoids arrayed around the place, watching you. Hobgoblins, bugbears, goblins, all dressed not necessarily expensively, but all dressed well in suits. And sat at the head of the table is a elderly hobgoblin, probably late 50s, maybe early 60s, hair done in a long white plait down his back, a beard adorning his face, and as he smiles, you see glittering black crystalline teeth. And flanking either side of his chair at the head of the table, you see lounging on the floor two two-headed black dogs, both looking at you and sniffing inquisitively.
Well, this is fancy.
I wish I had not tried those drugs the other night.
So, anybody know who Gobdolph the Grey is?
Who?
Him. Just gesture.
You immediately, Padsby, get a clout around the ear from a bugbear sat behind you. Be respectful to the boss.
Fine.
Who
He's not
is
our
the
boss, though.
I have
Who
a
are you?
feeling he's about to be. Am I right?
That might be right. It depends on how this goes down. Nice to meet you all. I'm sorry for the way you were brought here, but I had need of
Can I just
skilled
ask
hands.
how tightly we bound?
I
That
mean,
was my first
fairly
thought.
tightly, but if you want to try and escape, you can, if you
Can-
wish.
Is it like just hands behind the back, or is it like fully
It's
bound to
literally
the
like
chair, or-
it's like wrists to the arms of the chair,
Ah,
and you can see it's
Sure.
like wrapped around multiple times this rope.
All right, fair enough.
not the first time I've been tied up.
Nice to meet you all. You may call me Baron Blacktooth. I'm the leader of the Hoodoo Hound. Don't know whether any of you will have heard of that, but I suppose
Are
I
we
don't know whether
supposed to?
even. Well, let me say this. You're currently in Sabrieg. I had you all brought here so we could have a discussion. Anyone who wants to can roll me a history check.
Yeah,
My best.
great.
I know jack shit. 5.
13.
Oh, I didn't check.
Hang on, just wait for some more of the others come through.
Oh, this is going to be one of those evenings, guys.
Okay,
Got a feeling the dice are not our friends tonight.
so Eurissa and Padsby, you have heard of Sabrieg. It is a town near the Verdant Labyrinth. In fact, it is the closest town to the Verdant Labyrinth.
Okay.
And it is also the only hobgoblin settled town. Now, normally hobgoblins rove around in bands and war, effectively. They're constantly trying to conquer things. This is the only town where hobgoblins have conquered it, settled, and then actually put in a system of government and allowed other people to settle with them. This is roughly 50% of the population here are goblin, the other 50% are other races. And being so close to the Verdant Labyrinth, it is a town of very spiritual nature, very close to spirits and the Fae and everything like that, because all of that sort of just leaks out of the nearby forest. And with the 13 Padsby, you would have heard of the Hoodoo Hounds. The Hoodoo Hounds are basically like there is no official police force in Sabrieg because of the Hoodoo Hounds. Because the Hoodoo Hounds have such a chokehold on the criminal underground in this town slash city that there's no need. Anyone who comes here and isn't a Hoodoo Hound and is found doing anything, they don't last long. Even the underground doesn't have feelers here.
Can I only assume that you've kidnapped us? Because what you're going to ask of us is absolutely batshit fucking insane, and you're going to get us to do some Fey shit in the Verdant Labyrinth.
Not in the Verdant Labyrinth, don't worry. That's not my intention.
Okay, well
No,
that's good, because I would have told you to... Well, I've already used some less than polite words.
indeed. But what I have planned is something a little more local. See, I'm on the council of this fine town, one of the ruling members. And see, there's another member, goes by the name of Feng Lang. She's a spiritualist, runs the temples and the shrines, that sort of thing. We got a little wager going. Each of us has chosen an item from the other. That item has then been sequestered in our respective homes. Whoever has the item retrieved first wins the wager. And 3 favors. No questions asked. Now see, I want those favors.
Favors are good to have.
But and I'm pretty confident that she won't be able to steal anything from me. My boys and my defenses are pretty strong. I mean, I'm sure you can all feel right now, you ain't got no magic in here. And by the way, this is where you realize, Shield, you can't move anything below your neck at all.
Can I shift?
Loveless, you're in your base form.
Oh.
You are in
I'm
your
usually in my
true form.
I was I'm normally in my base form anyway, so
Yeah. But you can't shift. You can't feel any access to that at all.
Just
And
out
it's
of
now you know.
curiosity... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I was going to say, would that also affect artificery?
Yes.
Okay.
well,
You
yeah,
sort
it's
of look
still
around
magic.
and you look around and you notice on a lot of the pillars of this pagoda talismans. And you get the feeling there's probably some form of ward at work here. Now, that means obviously I'm pretty safe in what I've got stored away. But the problem is, the way I'd normally go about getting the item from Feng Lang, I can't really do. See, her home is warded against spirits, so I can't really send my usual agents. And I don't really want to risk any of my boys being caught up in this. Don't want to risk them being injured, don't want to risk their reputation. We've got a reputation in the town as being, oh, criminal, but we're upstanding gentlemen. So,
So
we
you want
don't need...
scapegoats in case it all goes to shit.
Exactly. I need a third party. Now, depending on how this meeting goes, this could go forcefully on your behalf, with me taking something and making you do what I want. Or,
Promises.
oh, no problem. No, nothing like that. I got
Wow,
other
you do
ways.
not pick up on flirting very well, do you?
My dear, I'm a roughly 56 with a wife and a number of mistresses. I don't have to deal with flirting.
Do it yourself.
I do. So, like I say, either we can do it the hard way, or if you guys are amenable and understanding, there may be some reparations in it for you on a successful venture. Other than anything else you can get your greedy little hands on in Fang's mansion.
Sounds good to me.
What's the item, what's the risk, and what's the cost?
What's the reward?
So, the item in question is a jade bracelet in the shape of a bone naga biting its own tail. Now, again, my usual methods mean I've not exactly been able to scout anything in there, so I can't really tell you the risk. I can tell you that Fang has a number of retainers she keeps at home. I know of a potential opportunity to get in easily if you can organize it, but that's down to all of you. I will not be involved in this in any way, shape, or form with me and my boys, other than a little bit of logistics and a little bit of backup. But we will not do anything that will tie us physically to this. Finally, the reward. You do this calmly and politely and deal with me at a fair level. I've got a little vault of magical items. I might let you all pick one, and I'll sweeten the deal with a couple of 1,000 gold each. But you don't do what I want, and it's suddenly, Eurissa, you feel as if your airways have just been blocked off. You feel like you're choking. But
She
there's
starts kind of
no,
spluttering a little bit.
yeah, there's no one near you, and you all look and you see Baron Blacktooth's shadow has reached out without him moving, and is gripping Eurissa's shadow's throat. And you can see the imprints of invisible fingers on Eurissa's neck before the shadow lets go, and you can breathe again, Eurissa.
Kinky.
Let's just say I have my ways.
I have 2 questions. If
Then
you
I might have
don't
2
mind.
answers, depending on what those questions are.
Out of all the crews in all the areas, why pick us? And also, if we weren't your first choice, have you hired anybody else that we may have to come up against?
I have not hired anybody else. As for why I picked all of you, what you did at Sly Manor may have flown under a lot of people's radar. Not much flies under my radar. Fang is not exactly the same level as Sly as a magic caster, but she has her abilities. And for people who've already broken successfully into the home of one magic user, well, that felt like a safe bet to me.
Fair assessment.
Fair point, well made.
Well, it looks like we don't have a choice, so...
Not really, but I'd prefer to give you, willing partners are much easier to work with. I'd regret having to reduce you to begrudging work. That might lead to slip-ups.
I'm willing to go for the reward. Yushi?
I have no opinion. I
Is he being
cannot
truthful?
function. Yeah, I can at least insight, if nothing else.
Is he gonna stab us in the back later? Probably.
Go ahead and roll insight.
Wow. I'm more
Yeah.
focused on the fact that, like, I am literally just a moving head at this point.
Yeah.
That's fair enough.
From what you can tell from his demeanor and his general way he's talking, he has no reason to lie to you at this point in time. He has you all right where he wants you.
Where do we start?
Well, I for one am not doing nothing while I'm tied to a chair.
Well, to begin, he snaps a finger and you watch as on the table in front of each of you, out of a pool of shadow, a contract and a quill appears.
By the
Unbind
book.
their writing hands. and the goblinoids behind you each move up and they unbind only one of your hands apiece. And now, if you feel free to read the contracts
Oh, I
and check
will.
them over, and then it's to be signed in your true names.
You are asking a lot.
I am asking for exactly what I need from someone who lives in a town so close to the Fae. Your name will not be used against you, the contracts will be kept sealed, and after the job is done, they will be burned.
In
But
terms of
this
asking,
is my insurance.
in terms of asking for what we need, normally leading up to an excursion such as this, I would go and prep, and I would get some background items in place to make sure
Well,
that
it's
I don't end up dead. I'm imagining you've got those in place, or something similar for us if
oh
we're to go
no,
on your behalf.
no. I can tell you an opportune time to go, and I can give you what little I know of Fang's mansion, but other than that, you are all on your own.
Why don't
So
we
there's
get
nowhere
this?
in town to get potions, for example.
Oh,
Why
there's
don't
plenty
we
of
get
that.
the damn contract
You're
signed
in
first, and then
you're
worry
in one
about
of the
how we're gonna
largest
do it?
mercantile cities this side of the Verdant Labyrinth. This side of Reforp, even. There's plenty around here for you to get. But that's down to you. It's up to
Fair
you how
enough.
much expenditure you want to make versus the profits you might make. I ain't putting no retainer down, and I ain't doing anything else other than getting myself a crew and offering out a bounty.
What does the
Eurus is
contract say
reading
then?
the contract.
Yeah. What
Yeah.
does it say?
So,
What are we signing up for? Here?
flicking through the contract, it requires you to put forward your best effort in retrieving the jade bracelet. There is nothing that says that you will be any problems on a failure. However, it does state if you are captured, you are unable to speak of your employer, and this will be enforced by the magic of the contract.
No. Seems like the average job contract.
I'm nothing if not a fair man. Like I say, I didn't want to have to force such respectable, unrespectable individuals into a disadvantageous position. But if I'd come to all of you and just offered, you were more likely to run than you were to listen, given
Why?
your past histories.
Why would you think that? I've never run from a contract.
Doesn't necessarily mean it's the same for all of y'all.
Yeah, dealing with Fae or Fae adjacent is something even I'm not stupid enough to do.
You hang around with
Exactly.
me, Sonny. I'm Faye.
I didn't have much choice in that, but
Still don't, apparently.
As I say.
I
Next
grab up a
question.
quill.
Yeah. Before I sign
And
this.
I write my name 3 times in 3 different languages because it's spelled different
Yep.
in 3 different languages. I'm sure that's enough for you.
As you do, you feel just a slight stabbing sensation in your hand, and you watch as the quill writes in your own blood. There is no mark on your
Some
hand,
Harry Potter shit right now.
but you do feel
Well,
as it draws the blood, and as you
Punishment
sign the
quill.
contract, the ink flashes black, and then that pool of shadow opens up, and the contract falls into it. That's one.
Oh well, here we
Question.
go. Oh, you go.
Question. Obviously, your main lady needs to be alive. You worried about anyone dying?
I would prefer there be no casualties, but accidents happen.
Alright.
Works
Eurus
for me.
signs it.
Okay. You again feel that stabbing sensation and watch as it writes in your own blood, the contract flashing before dipping into that pool of shadow.
And the Warforged isn't going to be able to sign anything.
Yeah, he can't move. Wow. This
Oh,
this is
trust me, the quill
verbal
is
will be enough.
special, and you watch as Blacktooth makes a number of signs in the air, and Shield, you gain movement in just the arm that is unbound. for the moment.
As the the silent wearing of like everything in his arm coming back to life.
Let me sign it with this finger.
Has Loveless signed her contract yet, or
Their contract, whatever they.
no? Yeah, has Loveless signed their contract?
I will sign, but I'll sign it kind of in a way that I'm trying to hide my real name from the others.
No one else can, like, you're all sat far enough apart, no one else can see
She's
other
not taking.
people's contract.
She's not taking that risk, but she signed it 3 times.
Okay. You watch as it flashes black and then dips into the pool of shadow immediately.
She'll, unaware of the sign price sort of thing, he just kind of just writes his true designation number.
Yeah, and as you do, instead of blood, there's this strange silvery substance that comes out of the quill. And Shield, you feel like this, it doesn't drain a full key point, but you feel some of your key being drained away and used to sign this contract.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
Is unusual.
maybe a slight problem. My name is Innocent, so signing this isn't going to fuck things up for any non-participating parties. Not going to have any consequences for me if it does.
Part of the signing is that it is done in your own blood, so it will only locate you if it is necessary for the magic.
All right then. I will sign Idaris Innocent then.
Okay. And as you sign, you feel that stabbing sensation in your hand, and then the contract falls into the pool of shadow. Excellent. Boys, untie them and remove the talismans. I don't think they'll be needed any longer. And as you are all untied and Loveless, you feel your shifting abilities return. Shield, you can regain full movement and function. And you watch as Blacktooth claps his hands twice, and a number of goblin females dressed in kimonos start coming out with trays of food and little jugs of what looks like some form of alcohol, placing it on the table before you. Now that we're business partners, there's no need to be so uptight. Please enjoy the food and the drink, and ask any more questions you may have.
How long do we have to do this?
So,
Would you say?
the opportune time that I think of, in 2 days' time, Sabrieg has its autumn festival, its spirit festival. Well, that's where we invite a lot of the Fae that are nearby into the town. We give thanks to them. The shrines hold rites and rituals, and a number of the nobles host parties. Feng Lang is going to be hosting a little shindig. Now, I can't get you on a list, I can't get you anything, but she'll probably have extra guards on, but at the same time, her focus will be elsewhere with her guests. I would say that's probably a decent time to try and get into her compound. I do know there are 3 entrances to the compound. There is a servant's entrance, the main entrance, and there is the guest entrance, which leads directly to where her ball will be being held. Other than that, there is a small river that runs through her compound, ending in a pool. Make of that what you will. Or obviously the walls are not so high that they are unscalable, but I can't say anything as to whether there will be a patrol or anything like that on the other side.
And the win condition for you is she fails in getting the item here,
Indeed.
and we get the item over there. Not that it's a neutral. If we were to take out the other party, you would win.
No. I need Fang Lang
This
alive.
isn't a hit job.
No, I'm talking about the people she's going to hire to try and steal the item here.
Oh, she is unlikely to hire anybody. She's a bit too much of an upstanding citizen for that. It's more
Okay.
than likely that she'll try and offer some adventurers the chance at it, or potentially she'll try and send one of her little martial arts acolytes to break into my compound. But A, my boys are fairly good at what they do. B, my deaf dogs here are pretty good at sniffing out any intruders. And my patron lets me have a long reach and a lot of reconnaissance.
Can I do an insight check into his confidence?
Yeah?
Nope.
Yeah,
We are not
We're
going to get
rolling
very
well.
far if we
He-
can't roll above a fucking 10 this entire
It's
session.
better to get them all out now.
Yeah.
Jesus.
But no, he seems confident, and from what you've seen, like there's roughly 30, 40 goblinoids arrayed around you, and this is just as a minor show of force against 5 people. Like that's a lot of resources to put on 5 people, but it's also the thing of, is that a lot of resources for him?
Hmm.
If he can spare 30, 40 people alongside whatever his criminal group does day to day, he's probably got a lot of manpower.
Well, the way I see it, we just go in and steal the item. If he gets robbed between now and then, that's his problem, not in our contract.
No, that's true. Now I can tell you, we will have one person on the inside you could potentially go and talk to. He may ask for something himself, I don't know, but if you do get in there, look for, and you need information, look for Griztaz. Griztaz the Golden. He's a goblin. One of the merchants. He's got some gambling debts that we've said that we'll write off if he assists in that. But again, he may have other things he asks for. That'll be a discussion for you to have. But like I say, the ball is in 2 days. You have 2 days to do what you need to do. Do you have any more questions for me, or shall I have my boys escort you out?
I think it sounds like the rest of it is for us to find out.
Seems that way.
Indeed.
Once we have the item,
A floor plan or
I was going to say,
something
once we have the
similar?
item, do you want us to bring it straight to you, or is there a drop-off point, or is there a? Do we
Get
just
the-
walk out the front door and cheer?
Get the item out of her compound, and I'll send someone to fetch it. I'll know when it's out.
Roger.
Probably got some
Sorry,
kind
you're
of
saying about
tracking
floor
spell
plan?
on it or something.
As
Yeah,
for
floor
uh,
plan or
as for a
schematics.
floor plan, I don't know much about her compound. I can't get in there with my normal reconnaissance, and I can't risk my boys getting too close.
What about your fella in the inside? We could ask him for it, right?
Potentially. Now, I can tell you there's a main house. There is at least 3 or 4 outbuildings. There is a servant's block, and then there is the pagoda where she will be holding her shindig. The main house is in the center of the compound, shindig's to the north of that. You go west, you get to the servants' entrance and the servants' block. Then from the main house, if you go west from that, I believe there's a dojo of some kind. And then to the east of the main house, there is her personal shrine and I think some form of bath. But again, I'm not entirely certain. I can't get in there to have a proper look.
So you got no idea where she
And
could be keeping it.
I'm afraid not. She may have even implemented new things since I was last there. I don't know. Gristaz maybe would, as he's one of the merchants who deals with building work. But again, that's down for you to get to him and ask.
He gonna be at the party or somewhere else?
He is invited to the party.
So, looks like we need to get ourselves invited to a party.
Are we going to pretend to be the guards?
I don't think that will work. I'm not even sure if posing as servants is
Well,
going
this
to work in this
merchant,
instance.
does he house himself somewhere in the meantime?
Griztaz. Griztaz is a one of the larger merchants in the city. He does have a home. I could furnish you with the address if you want.
Worth a look.
We can consider it as an option.
See if we can't pay him a house call for the party.
Or if he's a merchant, we could go and see what wares he has and slip into conversation that we're interested in some other information.
Again, that's entirely down to all of you.
We're going to need to pick up some items anyway, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 days. Gives us a chance to give it a bit of a scope.
Yep.
All right. Well, I look forward to hearing of either your success or your dramatic failure. Either way, it'll be entertaining for me. Good luck. Boys, show them out. And your chairs are all pulled away from the table, and you are helped up and ushered out by various goblinoids. And you walk roughly 20 minutes through gardens until you reach what seems to be a side gate, which they open up and usher you out into what feels like a side street of this town. And you can see along it in both directions there looks to be main streets either way, but the gate is closed behind you and then fades from view, just becoming a plain wall.
Well, that was a character.
Here we go again.
Just like old times.
Greetings, former and renewed comrades.
Oh, hello, Shield.
You missed
Hello.
us, Eurissa. Admit it.
I usually work better when it's quieter.
I can be quiet when I want to. I just don't ever want to.
Right. Shall we explore the town? Shall we... Where do we start?
I
never know.
assume most of us still have a lot of the coin that we earned from the last gig, unless we've all been to Baudelaire buildings and, I don't know,
There is
chemical
nothing wrong
component
with
places.
living the good life while you are able.
Yeah, but hookers and blow is a good way of spending your money.
Oh,
Fast.
I know. Believe me, I know.
I want to be hooked. Or blue.
Think of it as a positive hook.
It...
Sounds like it can positively hurt.
Shall we go to the merchant first, or...
I
Shall
say
we
we go
actually-
and visit the merchant first. See
Well,
if
what
he's
time of
home.
evening is it? Is it late at night or is it still...
Is it
It's
like-
midday.
Oh, midday.
Midday.
He might be working. Probably not at home.
It's either
You
that
were
or...
furnished with 2 addresses, his work address and his home address.
Let's go visit him at his work address.
If he's not there, we'll visit him at his house address.
Okay. So, making your way through these unfamiliar streets, you move through, and this is a very oriental style town. There's a lot of wooden and paper buildings. There's a few stone as well here and there. There's a lot of small irrigation ducts at the side of the road carrying water. And you also see a much larger prevalence of Fae than you have ever seen before. You see cats like blinking in and out of existence as they move through crowds. You see floating, shimmering butterflies that seem to entrance people briefly. And you see humans who are more willowy and beautiful than anything you would ever expect, dressed in various seasonal colours mingling amongst the people. their ears longer and pointed than more normal elves, and their eyes reflecting sort of this innate passion as they move through the town.
My God.
Eventually, you come to what looks like a construction yard. The address given for Gristaz's work address, and you see a large number of humans, a couple of dwarves moving around, like cataloguing what looks like stone and wood and various other building supplies, looking like they're loading things onto carts, getting ready to move out with them. But there is a single building in the center of the yard that looks like it's some sort of office.
Let's go pay a visit.
Can I go and kick the door in?
No.
Oh,
No.
hell,
Respectful, do not draw attention to yourself.
But
Best
he's
not
got
to
gambling
offend-
debtors on his ass, you know. If
Yes, but you're
we
also
play
dealing
it-
with a Fey town. We're not thugs. There's scarier ways of intimidating a person without kicking their door in.
And we want to lay low.
Okay, I'll follow your suit.
So, yep, Eurissa goes in.
Okay. So you guys head into this small building, and you see it's only sort of, as you sort of enter through the sliding door, it's like you enter into a reception area, and you can see there's probably only 3 rooms that lead off of this. You get the feeling there's probably an office, maybe some form of rec room for the crew outside, and then maybe what looks like some kind of archive room or something. But there is a central desk in this antechamber like room, and you see a human man sat behind it, currently like scribbling in a ledger, and he goes, yes, can I help you?
I believe you can, actually. Grizz, is it?
Oh, no, my name's Smith. I'm the receptionist. Grizz is in his office. Do you have an appointment?
We absolutely do.
And what name is it under?
He'll know if we... How should we phrase it? Anyone?
And Mr. Debt.
Mm.
A debt unpaid.
I don't know.
And then Lurifus will like step forward and kind of shift her features to look a bit more sinister for a moment, and then shift back.
I'm sat there flicking a like a casino coin.
The man just sort of looks at you all a bit oddly and goes, I do not have an appointment for anyone under that name. If you're going to cause problems, I will have to call for the boys.
Little
Alright, we don't have an
boys.
appointment, but we would like to speak to him. Any appointments available?
Looking here. There's probably 2 days after the Spirit Festival.
I'm
No,
afraid
we'd
that's
like
not
to enter in
convenient.
before then. Mm. In fact, it's actually about that we want to speak to him.
It's a matter of
Let me see if he's
importance.
available.
Mm.
Let me see if he's available and whether he's amenable to speaking to you. One moment. He gets up and shuffles to the door, opens the sliding door, moves through, closes it behind him, and leaves you all sat in this, or stood in this antechamber waiting.
Is the diary there?
The ledger's there, yeah. He's left the ledger.
Is there a space for today in the ledger?
Do you want to go take a look?
Yes, please.
Go around, take a look. Today looks pretty booked up. Like, the only free time really is now, which is designated as lunch.
Right.
Is it written in pen or pencil?
It is written in ink with a quill.
Ink. And anything for
Oh.
tomorrow?
Actually,
Uh,
yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Looking around the merchant area, what is it he actually sells?
So, from what you can see, it looks like he is like a construction company.
Right.
It looks like it looks like he's like a mix between an architect, but he also provides like the work crew, the materials. He does construction. So you get the feeling
Okay.
he probably gets government projects, private projects, various different things.
Okay, nothing useful to us then.
There could be, you don't know. But after about 5 minutes, the man comes back out. He goes, Chris says he'll hear you out, but it'll have to be quick. Please go in.
We're going.
Okay, you go in and you see sat behind a rather ornate desk, a goblin sat there, bald except for a small amount of hair at the sides of his head, wearing a single monocle as he's reading a book, and currently, like, he's got what looks like a sandwich. He's chewing. He's like taking bites out of it, and as he takes bites, you can see all of his teeth have been replaced with
Yeah.
gold ones.
Yeah,
He looks
yeah. She
looks up
just
and
kind of
goes,
approaches him. Yeah.
"Can I help you?"
I know you're in a rush, so we'll make this quick. Apparently, you can help us. We may be looking to join the ball that's happening in 2 days' time.
Ah. He sort of looks you all over, and you can see it's almost like he's looking for something. Not his normal type, then.
Well,
Huh.
the situation's
But
unique.
you know why we're here.
I was given a little warning. I hadn't expected any of you to come here.
Well, it was either that or a house call, so...
He
He
well and truly
puts
threw
his
you under the brush.
puts
Under
his
the bus.
sandwich down, and sort of looks at you all and goes, "Okay. Seeing as you're not members of the Hounds means that I'm not indebted to you. I'm indebted to them, and I will give you a little help, but any more than that, and I'll need a favor."
A floor pan would be
What favour would you be
useful,
looking
and for an invite, I'll owe you a favor.
I do have a +1, I suppose.
I can be any candy on your arm you like, and she'll like shift into a goblin, and then a hobgoblin, and then back to herself.
Unfortunately, my dear, I'm not particularly interested in Andy. But
It still looks good on someone's arm. Makes you look popular.
we'll see. I can extend my +1 to you, yes. That would get you in the door, though I will warn you, Feng is not so foolish as to just let her guests in on a night with Fae without precautions. I don't know exactly what those precautions will be, but coming through the guest entrance may have its own difficulties.
Alright. So what information are you willing to give us?
I can tell you that she's recently had a vault built. She even hired my company to provide some of the materials for it.
Hmm.
Where that vault is, though, I'll keep to myself, unless a favor is given back to me.
So, extending your +1 doesn't require a favor, or
No, that's just... I've got a +1, that's free resources that I'm not going to be using. I may as well extend them to you and get Blacktooth's minor favor for at least being helpful.
so what would be the favor you want for letting us know where this vault is?
Now we're talking a bit more my language. See, Feng has... She runs the shrines, the temples. That means she also takes confession. Now, obviously, a religious lady like herself is meant to keep that to herself. But I know that she keeps a journal with all those dirty secrets inside.
And you want it.
Oh, I want it. it'll be in her house somewhere. And during the party, she won't be in the house. Her little martial art friends and some of her religious acolytes might be, and I'm sure it'll be guarded, but that's my price for being able to tell you the vault and maybe a couple of the defenses that I may know about.
A heist within a heist.
Now,
Interesting.
is this about exploiting the journal, or is this about entries in the journal under your own name?
Oh, very much exploiting the journal.
Business. not it?
You're obviously new to Sabireg. The ruling council here is formed of the 10 most wealthiest merchants. Blacktooth gets to be on it because the Hoodoo Hounds are so integral to the town. Feng Lang is on it because she's the religious leader of the town. But anyone else who wants to get on it has to be one of the 10 wealthiest merchants.
And the best
I'm
way to get
15th.
wealthy is blackmail.
I'm the 15th wealthiest merchant in Sabireg. And with a bit of knowledge and a bit of swindling, I could easily get myself into the top 10. But for that, I need that information.
Leverage.
But again, you bring me that ledger, that journal, whilst I'm at the party, and I will furnish you with what I know.
I'm going to guess that the house and the ball are in two separate places, or are they at her house?
Oh, no, it's all in the same
One
compound.
of the outbuildings, I'd imagine.
Yes, the ball is probably 20, 30 feet from the main house itself. Her compound is roughly 500 foot by 250 foot. And like I say, she has a main house, she has a number of outbuildings, she has the servants' quarters, the various dojos and temples and whatnot, as well as a large pagoda at the back where she holds formal functions.
If we were to agree to add that to our list of objectives for that evening, would you be willing to give us a rough floor plan? Maybe not including the level of detail that we would get after handing you the journal, but just something to help us avoid as much trouble as possible. Obviously not the vaults, maybe lack some other details, but if we're going to get in and we're going to get out and we're going to get you that information...
Knowing where each building is in the compound is enough. We don't need to know what's in the buildings.
Or
Besides,
roughly what the purpose is, you know, not necessarily what's inside, but if it's a dojo or if it's a guard hut or if it's a unsecured entrance, you know, those kind of things.
I suppose I could furnish you with that information. Yes, there's an agreement that you would at least look for the journal.
I can have a go at scouting it out.
You were pretty good at that the other time.
So, have you guys on the main map? Have you found where your tokens are for this?
No.
Haven't looked.
So,
Hang on, let me...
so you want to
You
be
said it's near
in the
Rethorpe, so it'll be near
Yeah.
where we were for main
to
campaign.
the east of Rethorpe. You want to
Oh
be.
yeah, I see him.
I found
Yep.
our ship.
Yeah. South of Philip
Yep.
Stronghold, above the Sea of Sight. There we
Yep.
go.
There we go.
I see it.
Yeah.
Yep. So, because I haven't got a floor plan to give you, I'm going to draw a quick one here. So, main house, dojo, shrine,
Oh, hang on, I need to scroll.
outbuilding, servants' quarters,
Just checking
Ball
this all in the water
location.
at the moment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just want to check that there was no glitch on my end in terms of
And
Roll20.
that would be the outer wall.
Okay.
And
Cool.
he does say from the left of from the right of this there is also a river that runs through like that, ending in a pool.
There we go.
Let me re-screenshot that so I can add this in post. Sweet. Okay.
That is, and the main entrances are, you have the servants' entrance there. That is where
Took a
any,
drawing just as I put the
that is
screenshot
where,
in.
sorry, that is where any entertainers, waiters, extra staff for the party will be in, but that will probably be posted with someone checking people in and out. The guest entrance would be over here, and the main entrance is down there.
You're not adding anything else.
No, that is it for now. Obviously, there are walkways between those buildings.
Yeah. Nice. That's- oh, wow.
All right.
Okay.
So, one of us, what time will you be expecting to leave and arrive for the party?
I will be leaving my home at roughly 9 o'clock to head to the party. I'll probably arrive at her compound at about 20 past to enter for half past. Whoever is joining me, I will be wearing gold robes. Please wear something matching and appropriate.
Of course.
And
I'm
again,
I'm sure
as
they
I've
can meet you at your house since we know where you live.
We've already
Of
established that
course.
we know where he
Yeah.
lives.
I know.
It's not as intimidating the second time.
But again, just to make you pre-warned, as I said, normally there are procedures at things like these for good faith amongst guests.
Swear thrice at the door, probably.
Quite normally, especially considering she will have her two spirit patrons in attendance.
Spirit patrons.
Her family has two spirit clans that are historically protectors of their family. Obviously, those mostly act around the shrines and the temples around the city, but on that day she will have invited the leaders of both those clans to the ball.
Is that a subtle Shaman King reference? I feel like it is.
I believe her clan, the clans that normally protect her are the wolf and the fox.
Strength and mischief. Good combination.
Yes, I believe the two who will be in attendance will be the fox matron and the pack alpha.
An alpha. Oh dear.
That is the names they give. Obviously, they keep their true names to themselves, as Fae and spirits do.
Well, you've actually been very helpful.
Indeed.
I try to be.
If I do be your +1, is there any preference to how you would like me to look, other than color matching?
Just color matching. And you get the sense from him, you're getting the sense, Loveless, he's probably asexual. He's probably not interested in how you look at all. He just cares about
Yeah, but,
putting on a good front.
You can appreciate aesthetics just because you're not interested in other.
Yeah, but like roll
not
me an
everything.
insight.
Not everything Lovers does is sexual.
Roll me an insight.
Okay. 19.
19. He's more in love with gold than he is people. Like,
I mean, I could change my skin color to gold if you like it.
he's but not the color gold. It's more
Yeah.
he's one of those people
I will come as a bag of coin.
He's one of those people where status and wealth means more to him than anything else. He's got no time for anything else.
Well, that's
All
if we
right.
take. That's if I take you up on the offer. I may not.
Of course. Just if you are taking me up on an offer, make sure you're there by the time I enter the doors.
Of course.
They will not allow you in late without me.
That's a given.
Right. Let's go have a look around the town.
The
Okay.
town is more fun than everyone we've interacted with so far. I'm bored.
And as you exit and head out of the construction yard and back into the town. Unfortunately, Loveless, the town is
Nobody
mostly
likes to have fun.
it is mostly a very spiritual place.
Business spiritual.
There
My
are
body
a
is a temple.
few there are a few gambling dens and a
Yeah.
small red light district, and you see a number of goblinoids moving around in those well-made suits that aren't expensive, and they're all wearing or have somewhere on their person this two-headed dog symbol, which lets you know they're probably members of the Voodoo Hounds. And you see a couple of them like dealing with like a couple of day drunks, like kicking people out of a gambling den who've lost, that sort of thing. But though they are quite obviously thugs, they carry themselves with this air of professionalism to them. And in some ways, they actually seem more effective than some of the guards you've seen in other cities.
There's a lot to be said for it.
Is there any
So,
like sign of a apothecary or like a herbalist or any
Go
of those
ahead.
signs of?
Go ahead and roll
Someone
an
who might
investigation
make
check.
potions.
Sorry, what check?
Investigation.
Okay.
Come on. Oh my god.
7 for a natural 1.
Ah.
I'm hoping this is a sign that when it really comes to it.
I don't know, man. I feel like
Going-
you can preempt the dice, man, if you try
Going
and
around-
interpret their intentions.
Going around, Padsby, you start trying to find what you like apothecaries or places that might be an herbalist or something. And as you're moving around, you suddenly realize you're being followed. And you look behind you, and there's this spirit cat sat there looking at you. And then another one joins it,
Oh no.
and another,
It's a cult!
and another. And as you start walking, they follow you, and they're like blinking in and out of existence and moving around you and all yowling at you. And that's when you
Adorable.
realize they're all female cats. And they're all starting to like try and rub up against you and trying to be close to you.
At least someone's getting
Am I
some
the only one
action.
who sees the spirit cats?
No, everyone else can see them as well.
Okay.
Well, at least someone
They're
who gets someone's
they're
attention
ignoring all,
here.
everyone else.
At some point, I just get so frustrated, and I turn around to them all and go, "Tell me where the herbs are!" Like Batman style. I'm looking for a specific thing, and they're just
Where are the
really
drugs?
pissing me off.
They all blink out of existence. And then about 30 seconds later, they all blink back in front of you, each of them dropping a different herb.
Okay, that's useful.
These could be useful. Like, get him to bring us, like, I don't know.
At which point, I
Weapons.
feel really bad for screaming at them, and I sit cross-legged on the floor. I pick up the herbs carefully, put them into like
I need you to
pouches
roll
on my
a con.
bag.
I need you to roll a con save.
Yeah, I figured, and I'm gonna go pet the cats.
Gonna get accosted by a million cat spirits. Hey!
23.
23. Okay, you're only going to take half damage.
Wait, what?
You take 3 poison damage. As though they brought you herbs, they've got no idea what herbs are good.
I just brought you poison ivy and like itch grass or something. Like...
Yeah.
And when I'm picking them up and I'm taking the damage, can I take note of which ones are giving me damage?
Yeah. There's one particular one which is sort of like this red, like ivy-like plant that as you pick it up is what like you feel like your skin tingle and begin to like itch and burn, and that's what causes you the damage.
Okay.
Alchemy unlocked.
Yeah. And then I just like feel really bad, so I give them all like chin scratches and belly rubs, and then
One of them
stand back up.
vanishes, reappears, and
Right
is
now.
like literally its head is coming out of your shirt, looking up at you,
Aww.
and it's making biscuits against your bare chest.
Yeah. Look
You,
at
and then
some
I
of
carry on with the
cats.
rest of the group.
Okay.
You okay there?
The cat whisperer has been born.
I mean, you can see the cat, so you know
Yeah.
it's.
Eventually, with the help of the rest of the party, who actually aren't being beset by
spiritual
cats, you do manage to find what looks to be an apothecary, and above the door it reads, I've got to think of a decent name now. Probably,
Unprepared DM.
I would say probably something along the lines of abstract apothecary.
I'll go in.
He's done it again. AA. Like, he just keeps doing it. He can't help himself. It has to, the first and the last bit has to be the same letter.
You try thinking up stuff on the fly and not using alliteration. Okay. As you enter, you go in and you see sat behind a counter what looks like a very bored young goblin. Just sat there, like with like looking like they've got a scroll and they're just reading, occasionally furling it further along. They eventually sort of notice you and go, "Welcome to Abstract Apothecary, where all of our creations are as abstract as the needs that you have for them. How can I help you today?"
You don't get paid enough, do you?
No.
Well, we've got gold if you've got potions, so maybe we can,
What potions are you looking for?
at the healing variety, please.
Or if you've got
Like,
anything that,
Oh, interesting, yeah.
you know, something like invisibility, anything
stone
even
skin.
exciting. Tell me what you have.
I can fetch the healing potions. Anything else that it was of more magical variety, obviously under Merchants Council rules, they must only be sold to individuals advocated by the Merchants Council.
What
God,
about
this place is boring.
if I'm struggling to go to the bathroom? Have you got anything that would alleviate that?
Yeah, we've got a number of
Office is just
active
gonna look at you
solutions.
like, the fuck?
That might come in useful. I know what
I
you're thinking.
think I do, but...
You watch as this goblin hops down, goes into a back room, comes back with a small chest and a couple of, like, what look like paper packages, puts down the paper packages and goes, we've got 3 different laxative strengths. We've got weak, medium, and what my master calls the brown rain.
I think I'm going to have to go for the brown rain as something of a cat-like creature. Things get a little bit caught up in my system, so I think that's
Oh,
probably the best.
Okay. For a packet of this size, it's a gold piece, and just so you're aware, it is 1 teaspoon, and then it will take effect after roughly 10 minutes.
What if you did the whole sachet? I'm curious.
Then you will probably die of dehydration.
Good enough.
How many sachets do you have?
Of that, I can only sell 1 to you. I'm sorry,
Okay.
I can't
That'll
sell
be
more
enough,
than that.
That's fine.
Yeah, that should be fine.
There's about 10 teaspoons in a sachet, so
Yeah, we're only here for a week, so that should be fine.
okay, that's just a gold, please.
Yeah, hand over the gold.
How
Okay.
much for the healing?
It opens up the chest and you see there is 5 small vials with red liquid. We have 5 standard healing potions available. They are 75 gold pence, 75 gold each. Or I can do you a bulk deal of 300 gold for the 5.
Well, we're fucked.
Didn't we
Are
all
we?
get like thousands of gold after the last?
I was going to say, I've got.
Yeah.
If we
gold.
did, it's not been
Yeah.
added to my inventory, so...
I think we just said it out loud.
Yeah,
I think there was
Loveless
like,
has probably
Yeah.
spent all hers.
I think there was like nearly
And shields as well.
probably between 500 and 1,000 gold pieces each, wasn't it? After the
Yeah,
last
it would have been about 1,000 gold each.
Oh,
Yeah.
she'd have something left. Can I just say she got maybe, I don't know, 200 left?
Yeah, okay.
Is that reasonable?
I've got 715 in my inventory.
So it may have only been 500 with I think you got some extra for
Yeah, so
assassinating
700.
someone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
700. in
So how
total.
much are you saying for... What are they, just standard healing potions, or...?
Just standard, yes.
It'll be 60 gold each. So,
I'll
Yeah.
take,
Yeah.
I'll take
We'll
2.
take 1 each. Oh, okay.
well, there's only 6, isn't there?
There's
Five.
five.
There's 5.
There's 5.
One each.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
one each then.
And it was
Yeah.
either 75 gold per potion, or as a bulk order that he'd do them for 300 for the 5.
Which would work out 60 gold each. I think we
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
need one potion. I
Yeah,
think
that's
that's
right.
probably the best bet.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
60 gold
That's
each.
300 gold then, please.
And
We
then,
each hand 60 gold over each.
Okay.
There you go.
He counts it out and then
30.
scoops it off the counter into what sounds like some kind of depository, and you hear it rattling as it goes somewhere.
Okay, cool. That's what that did.
I go to one side because I'm gonna make out like it's quite embarrassing and just be like, if
But
I've
you
had
just basically said that you can't piss in order to frickin' sachet, and now
No,
you're embarrassed.
there's a difference.
You said
Like
there's a it's still. Oh god.
still, I'd just be like, and if I've had a particularly bad night and I've not slept very well because I've been using 1 tablespoon of the powder, have you got anything that can teaspoon? Have you got anything that might help me sleep or help me relieve the pain from that I might be suffering, or anything from that perspective?
Well, the master's got. He roots around in the counter and then pulls out. This is a lavender infusion meant to help with restful sleep. Or there is the chamomile infusion meant to help with
He's
sweet
selling you
dreams.
tea.
And here he sort of like glances side to side, and then he reaches into his back pocket and pulls out a small bag filled with what looks like a green green substance and goes, "Oh, there's that
Yeah.
very good for mellow and relaxing."
How would you split this up, and how much are you charging?
So it's a silver piece per dose of the chamomile and the
Don't
lavender.
want that.
Oh,
That.
for this, for a bag of that size, 5 gold.
And is that one portion, or is that
From that one, if you mix it with regular tobacco, that should probably get you 6.
6? Okay, and I'm going to hand over the gold.
Don't do drugs, kids.
Takes it and tucks it away. I mean, for all you know, he's just sold you green potpourri, but
You don't know.
I only use alchemical substances for evil.
Trust your doctor.
he counts that gold, and
Not your
that 5
merchant.
gold you see goes into his robes, not into the depository.
Sell it on the side. Definitely not paid enough.
Do I have a nature? Am I proficient in nature? Can I just take a sniff and do like a nature check to see if this is
Yeah.
kind of what he says it is?
Yeah, go ahead, roll nature check.
Oh, 5. Great.
5. You take
it
a
is
sniff.
A-class.
Actually, make me a con save.
Yes!
I fall asleep on the spot.
Oh, at least you roll
23.
when it counts.
23. 23. You can't quite tell what's in this fully, but you can tell there's catnip in it. As you immediately feel that head rush. Because though you are not full cat, you are still part cat. And you're like, oh, okay, there's at least that in there.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
happy
you thought those
days.
cats harassed you before.
I've got some like threads, like different colored threads in my bag, and I'm just gonna put a different colored thread around each bag so I don't mix them up very
Okay.
easily.
Oh, is there anything else I can help you all with?
Well, apparently we need permission to buy anything else, so no.
No, I think we're good. Thank you very much.
Are any of you rogues? Just to check.
Yes.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, them too.
So, what you notice as he taps his like long fingernail on the counter, and it's thieves' can, and you're like, oh,
Tip
hang
my
on,
head to
he's
say,
saying
"Hmm."
like there could be another way around this for money.
I'll like tap my foot on the ground. I'm listening.
He taps out 25 gold,
Deal.
holds out his hand.
I'll give him the gold. What was it? 25.
25. He takes it, quickly stuffs it into his robes, and he ducks out from behind the counter, runs around, like pulls blinds, locks the door, goes out the back for a moment. Like you hear him like open the door and he listens, and as you all listen, you hear snoring from the back. He quickly, thank you for showing me your Merchants Association pass to buy restricted potions. What are you looking to buy?
Subtle.
Anything involving invisibility.
Or polymorph.
Or
He-
something to make you stronger, or take hits better.
He goes to a side panel and presses on it, and you watch as it slides open, and he reaches in and pulls out 4 vials. Puts one down that is just a clear liquid. Potion of invisibility. Lasts an hour, 200 gold. Puts down another one that looks like a very viscous white liquid. Potion of spider climb. Lasts an hour, 150 gold. Puts down another one that has what looks like a toe floating in it. But it's a dark grey liquid, and he goes, Potion of Stone Giant Strength. Lasts an hour, 300 gold. And finally puts down another one. Potion of Shape-Shifting. Lasts an hour, 500 gold.
Won't be needing that one.
So
When he says
invisibility-
shape-shifting, he means like polymorph.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, because I can only be what, a medium creature?
You can
So,
only, yeah, you can
I
be
can't
creatures
become
around
smaller
the same.
or larger, can I?
Yeah,
No, it's
no.
just changing your appearance.
What was the second one again?
Was it a spider?
Yeah,
Spider
the
climb.
spider
Climbing.
climb. That was how much?
That was
150.
150.
I can't afford any of them.
I can.
All yours.
I won't have spent any money, so I will still have the money
I
left
will
over.
take
So
the invisibility and the spider climb.
350 gold.
350 gold. She hands it over.
He takes it, and you watch as he puts this in the depository. But not all of it. He keeps a little for himself, and you watch as he pulls out a ledger, and you watch as he writes in the ledger. And when it comes to buyer, like you can see, there's a list of names that have already bought. He just copies some of them.
Don't forget, Loveless, you'd also have Shield's share of money, seeing as he rarely spends money for
Yeah,
anything.
yeah, honey. We spent it all. We only had 200 left. Like, you should not let me have all the money. You should. I know you don't spend it. Please just keep some on you next time.
I will look at my coffers and probably go, I've just about got enough to get the Stone Giant Strength potion. Is it Stone Giant?
How much more do you
Stone
need?
Giant, yeah.
Yeah. No, this will basically take me down to nothing. That'll be the last purchase that I can make. So I'll grab that.
Okay. He takes the gold from you, and again, most of it goes in the depository. Some goes into his robe, and he fills out the ledger.
Before we
Anything?
leave, I want to come up to him and lean in real close and start tapping on the counter. Pro tip when you want to know if someone's a rogue: ask in thief cat, not in common, you idiot. And then take a step back.
Oh no, that wasn't him asking if you were
Him
rogues. That was
asking.
DM asking.
DM.
Oh,
So I knew if thieves can't would be
Okay.
something you'd understand.
see, you could have just. Oh, okay, cool.
Are any of you rogues? Okay, tap 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 tap
Tap, tap.
tap.
Yeah, but you could have just said he was doing it in thieves cat, and we'd have known it was for a rogue.
Yeah, but I just wanted to
same
make sure that it was
difference, yeah,
worth
okay.
actually saying, thieves can.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say, otherwise I'm like, you idiot, why would you say that in common? Okay, I didn't
Okay,
do that then.
He takes the potion of shape change, puts it back in that side cabinet, and it closes. And he goes and unlocks the door, opens all the blinds. Thank you for your business.
Thank you.
Many thanks, and I'll
Enjoy
wave
it.
the baggie he gave me just as like a before I put it away.
What
And
the
as-
hell did you buy,
as-
Hendrickson?
As you leave, he goes back to looking at his scroll. But you can see, like, one hand is, like, obviously counting coins in his robe, and you get the feeling he's probably thinking of what he's going to spend that on later.
All I
We've
can
cheered
think
him
of
up
when
a
he
little.
talks is nobody understands the pain of torment of being working in the Alchemist Guild. Sasuke!
Okay.
Spins around a ledger and it just says, "Would you like to give a 10% tip on this this transaction?"
No!
No.
Any feedback would be.
Please
Great
fill out
Is
this
there-
survey.
Is there anything else you guys want to look for?
I
Or
think
do?
Eurissa will kind of want to scout. No, basically rinse and repeat of last time. Spend some time actually knowing the layout of everything, even if she's just looking around the fence line, just looking up, looking.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a survival check.
Survival.
9.
9.
Okay, so it
That's
takes you a
usually
while.
ones.
I don't know what the
It-
dice are trying to do, man.
It takes you a while to find the compound, for one, because though you know what you're looking for, you hadn't been given proper directions, and you have to spend a little bit of time like asking around, but not asking around. Like you don't want people to think like where after the heist go, oh yeah, that tiefling was looking for your compound, sort of thing. So you're
Yeah.
just sort of like trying to ask around without giving it away. And by the time you get there, the sun has begun to set. So though you can get a general like walk of the perimeter, and you see there is like a main street out the front, which is where the main entrance is. There's then 2 like little side alleys, because this compound has other compounds on either side. But there's these little side alleys that lead along, and you can see like obviously, as they said, one leads to what looks like a servant's entrance. The other alley is much nicer and leads to what is quite obviously a nice guest entrance. Both are currently closed, locked, barred, not in any sort of shape. And then around the back, you can see where this river comes out from underground and then dips under the wall. And you take a brief moment and you sort of look at that. It would maybe be deep enough for someone to go through. Whether you could get through easily, you're not certain.
Be
And
able to
other than-
breathe long enough to actually get down to the
Yeah, I mean, the wall itself only looks to be about 5 feet thick, but from your current vantage point and with the light you've got left, you can't tell A, whether there's a grill, B, how narrow it gets under there, or how shallow or deep. So you're not certain. And other than that, unless you want to try and climb the walls, you can't really get any details from within the compound.
I think I'll try again tomorrow. We've still got a couple of days, so.
Okay.
One more day in it, I think.
No,
Well,
no,
oh, no,
it was
2
2
days
days.
from the day that we had the meetings.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
which is today. So, you all eventually managed to find a decent inn, find yourselves rooms, and the evening is yours.
I do not like this.
If there's
at all.
anything you want to do.
I'm going to be honest, I'm out of my element. I can't even use my wiles. It's boring. Better be interesting people at this party.
So you might be able to use them inside.
I have a feeling probably not. So
Even
what
my
I'm gonna
skills
do-
have let me down today.
I'm gonna do what I don't normally do, and I'm gonna take a step back and see what you guys do.
Well, what I was planning is scouting the area first. If I can find any weaknesses like I did before, we can utilise it. My other plan was to go ask her if she's looking for any workers.
Oh, you mean like, does she need any help setting up the party? That kind
Yeah.
of thing?
And
You think
potentially
she
going
would
in.
do that with strangers and not her own people? She strikes me that she has a lot of staff. She has her own, like, staff quarters.
Yes, but he did say that she's looking for extras. In fact, he did mention about she might even hire some adventurers as guards. But
I think he meant potentially hiring adventurers to steal the item from him. But maybe.
You do remember Baron Blacktooth saying she's going to be hiring guards, but that suggests that she's already got guards that she's going to hire. But you remember Grizz said that the side entrance will be being used by extra wait staff, entertainers, and other servant types during the event. So that suggests that though there is probably a decent amount of servants in the compound for an event like this, she is taking extras in. Whether that's through a company or through previous knowledge, you're not sure.
I wonder how much coin we would get if we stole both items.
What? You want to mess with the bugbear? Who's signed a contract with us
And
owns
actually
our
managed
asses.
to claim me from my forest and miraculously tie me to a chair.
We just
And
steal
choke
his
her.
item first.
I'm not messing with my employer. That is one thing you do not do in the business. You do not mess.
No, I'm talking about completing his contract. Contract done. Going and completing her contract for her.
There's no way we're getting into her building, stealing the item, somehow not being found out, and then she's gonna employ us when we are not adventurers. And if he knows about what happened in Sly Manor, I guarantee you she does as well.
Fair enough.
Which
Just a
actually
thought.
does pose an idea. She may have learned, if she knows what happened in Sly Manor, she may actually try to learn from that.
I imagine this is probably the most dangerous job we've ever done.
We should probably try and dye my hair.
You really think that's gonna... what?
I was one of the people that was recognised, and there was note put out to the town that they knew my species were around.
Well, yeah. They know about you. The rest of us got away.
Yeah.
I
I think there was
I'll
only
just,
there was
put
two
on
of
a
us that were
different
recognised,
face
wasn't there?
for a week or two.
Wasn't there two of us that were recognised?
Yeah, but the other was Loveless, who was,
Just
in a
wore
different form.
face.
Yeah. So
Never wear the same
Um,
face twice.
maybe I'll go from like slightly longer hair that's blonde to like try and get a haircut the next day and
Can't
cut it.
you
And
be a bit more bestial? Why not just wear that form? Can you not maintain it?
I can't maintain it for long.
Oh, pity.
And as well, trying to get into the front door looking like a
Well, she's
deranged
there.
cat
You
will
might
look a little bit.
need some guards. You could be more intimidated. Maybe get hired.
Tempted to go and get like an agent. Is it Agent 47 like buzz cut?
Just strip bald.
But just have
Become a
ears
sphinx.
with skills.
Become a sphinx cat.
Oh dear.
Just be bald.
Anyway.
all over.
I'll ask around tomorrow, see if I can change something of my appearance. So
I'm
if
gonna, yeah, Eurista will say, I'm going to scout the place again tomorrow, see if I can actually pick something up.
Yeah, we need a way in. If we can't get an invite. I mean,
Okay.
one of us could get an invite, but then it might not be beneficial
For the rest of us.
Well, if we're a guest, you're basically on your own, and if she makes you swear thrice to not do anything untoward at the door, you're kind of fucked.
So, what was your plan with the laxatives?
Well, I mean, didn't he pull something like that, Sly Manor? I'm pretty sure he made someone shit themselves.
did I do that last
I'm
time?
pretty sure you did.
No.
Did he not?
No, you didn't.
I swear you
No.
pulled this stunt before in some one
There was
shot
a
at some
toilet.
point.
No,
I'm pretty sure there was a toilet thing.
toilet incident, but it wasn't any of our characters.
Yeah.
It was one of the NPCs that was.
Yeah, an NPC
Yeah.
came out of the
Ruining.
toilet, stomped up to
Oh, yeah,
you
they we ruined the toilet or something, and then
had to be,
yeah.
and told you that questioned
needed
you, and then
cleaning.
when there was nothing good, they went to Adaris, who was dressed as a servant, and told him that the toilet needed cleaning.
Oh yeah.
Well, from one job to another, I tend to get inspiration, and if you can make a load of guards need the bathroom suddenly, then a load of guards are no longer on guard, are they? So
I was
Depends on whether she's
thinking-
got guards that drink on the job or not.
I mean,
Oh.
their water supply.
Which will probably be the river.
Anyway, if no one's doing anything else this evening, we will skip to the next day.
Oh,
What is everyone wanting to do
lost.
during this second day?
I've already said.
Yep. Okay. Go
We'll
ahead
go
Try
and
again.
roll me.
down at the property. Can I go join on that one?
Yeah. Yep. So roll a survival check. Either both roll one separately, or one person roll with advantage.
Well, I got 13 that time. Do I do it with advantage?
That's
Nice,
down
I'm
to
rolling on this one.
Okay.
Okay.
15.
So this time with a bit more light and with Shield's help, with Shield basically like dunking their head into the river and not needing to breathe, and looking at it, Shield, you're able to see that there is no grate over the river. However, it does go fairly deep under the wall. It would probably be a 3-minute swim, and it would be tight. But that is a potential way in. You would all be able to fit. It's just like how easily you'd be able to maneuver. So that is a possibility.
Okay.
However, you do then sort of like climbing some of the side like trees nearby and getting a glance in, you can see most of the compound is like gravel. It's like a Zen garden sort of thing. You see on this side between the dojo and the servants' quarters, there's what looks to be a small bamboo forest, which could provide some cover. There is another small pool over here that's separate from the river. Whether that could be useful.
There we go.
Yep.
Okay.
And then there is also a structure that Grizz didn't tell you about. There is a pagoda of some kind. Whether that's just a ornamental feature, you're uncertain. But that's in that sort of southeastern corner.
Okay.
You can also see inside when Blacktooth told you she had like an entourage. As you're sort of watching throughout the day, you see roughly 12 different people other than the one woman that you assume is Feng Lang. And Feng Lang, you see her sort of come and go from the main gate, and she's dressed in priestly robes, and she's like leading, going off towards like the temples. But you see what looks like sort of 6 people in martial arts, like get up, and then 6 women in similar sort of shrine maiden robes. So you get the feeling she's got roughly 12 members of an entourage who live permanently in the estate with her.
Right. Hmm. Interesting. Where was the bamboo forest?
The bamboo forest is there between the servants' quarters and the dojo, and it does stretch all the way up to the wall.
Interesting indeed.
How far
Okay.
from the wall? Does it reach up to the building?
The bamboo forest, it's like there's looks to be between like to the servants' quarters from the bamboo forest is roughly 10 feet. To the dojo, it comes within sort of 2 feet of the dojo. And it's not thick by any means. Like you get the feeling if you would try to hide in it during the day, it wouldn't provide much in the way of cover. But at night, it would probably be fairly good.
Okay, that's interesting. Does it go up to the main house?
No,
Or is
it doesn't
it
quite
more-
reach the main house, but you do see like there are covered walkways between some of the buildings. Like the dojo is connected to the main house. The main house itself has like a veranda. The main house itself is a single story. There is no second story to this building. There's only the one story, and it has like a veranda around it. That's like a wooden raised veranda that you can walk around, and then that has a walkway that goes to the dojo. A walkway that goes to the ball area from the north, and a walkway that goes to both the shrine and the what looks like another outbuilding, and each of those walkways has a door near it on the main building. So there is a entrance to the main building on the west, the north, and the east, and one on the south from the front entrance. So there are 4 entrances to the main building that are doors. There are also a number of like round windows with like what look like wood bars in them that look like they're probably fairly easy to break.
Eurissa will report that back to everybody when she's reunited with them all again. So
Okay. I would say the other thing you would pick up is the main gate is normally manned by 2 of those people in martial arts gear
right.
most of the day. Like they swap out, but they appear to be the ones who are on guard at the main gate. Okay.
What kind of time did he say this would be?
So you were told that Grizz was going to turn up at around 9:30 for the ball.
Sure.
So it's late evening, probably stretching all the way through to sort of midnight.
So it would be dark. Like, not just getting dark, but fully dark.
Yeah. So I'm
Yeah.
thinking the bamboo forest might be a good option, but it's getting
Yeah.
from the bamboo forest to somewhere where we actually need to be.
I
Don't know
feel
what
like
everyone else is.
if this heist is like between her and the bugbear has been planned, then she probably knows throwing the party is the most likely time for the heist to happen. So I have a feeling that the item is probably going to be where the party is held, because that's where she's going to be.
Yeah. But there's
And
a
she'll be
journal.
wanting to keep a close
Yeah.
eye on it. The diary, she might not think everyone's aware of. Probably
No.
the best place to be would be the
That's kind of where I was
house.
hoping it was going to the bamboo forest was going to the main house, because that's what I was going to do, was go into the house, get the journal. But, so that will be nice and easy to grab.
I mean,
It'll
the
be,
journal might even
give us some clues as to where everything else is. It might tell us everything.
It depends if it's a journal like a diary, or is it just a ledger of all the secrets she's been told in confession. She might keep her personal thoughts separate. Guess we won't know unless we actually get the item and have a look.
No. As to... Basically, we need to know where the vault is, because I can guarantee it'll be in the vault. Either that,
Well,
or knowing our luck,
wouldn't it?
she'll be bloody wearing it.
That is a distinct possibility.
She might actually have it on her.
If anything, that maybe I should be the plus one. At least then I can find out whether she has it on her. She's going to be interacting with guests, and I'm pretty good at stealing things off of people.
I think we said you were gonna be the plus one anyway, didn't we?
Yeah.
Well, I thought about it, but with the way the dice are playing at the moment, I'm a little terrified. I'm going to be honest. The dice tonight,
like,
the dice tonight have been, I'm going to get you in so much fucking trouble. I'm going to make you sweat, and then I'm going to roll good to get you out of it. It's going to tease you, edge you the whole night. It's just...
We're just while myself and the tiefling were scouting out the manor and stuff like that from the outside, would we have noticed any sort of like direct pattern to sort of like movement around the place, other than the changing the guards, etc.? Like the routine, just so that we can sort of like...
Go ahead, roll me a perception check.
Perception. What is with these rolls? 13.
13. So, looking at the movements, a lot of things, like, they look like they're already gearing up for the party. Like, you can see, like, in that northern large pagoda, there is a lot of work going on there. And you do see a couple of people coming and going from, like, the servants' entrance, like, bringing in crates of what look like food, barrels of what might be wine or alcohol. The main things you notice is that Feng and the martial artists spend probably 2 sessions a day in the dojo, a piece each. at
Yeah.
different times, like whenever they're not on guard or not out doing things. And then Feng and those 6 acolytes, those shrine maidens, they go into the main house, they appear to change clothing, and then they go to what looks like a family shrine on the premises and spend some time
Okay.
there in the evening.
Okay. And one other thing. Would we notice any sort of like body language signals that may indicate the location of where this vault is, i.e., a little glance over in a direction every so often that just seems out of place?
I would say, at the distance you're having to observe from, no, because
No.
you're outside the combat. You're able to see movements and like where they're going easily enough, but body
Yeah.
language and facial things you're too far away to pick up on.
Okay. I'm happy with that.
Okay.
Well, if I'm going to be the +1, I best go dress shopping. What did he say? Gold? Kind of
Gold.
colours.
He said he'd be wearing gold robe.
Gold! I'll go find myself a gold dress.
My God.
Okay. Anyone else got anything they want to do?
So there's a couple of things whilst the dress shopping is going on. I want to get my hair potentially changed, so I'm going to have a look around town for somebody that is doing some kind of hair maintenance stuff. But also, based on the scouting that Steph's character did yesterday, would she have potentially described or mentioned what the servants look like, or what the servants were dressed in?
So they
Would she
didn't
have seen that sort of thing?
She wouldn't have gotten a good look at the servants yesterday. That will be
Okay.
today's scouting.
Right. What I'll probably do then is I will drop into a bunch of really shitty pubs and bars just to see where the servants are going in their downtime, and just try and have a listen. Maybe not. I may not be able to pick on her specific servants, but those kind of establishments I want to drop into. The ones where
Okay.
it's like only like a couple of bronze coins or a silver, like max for a drink.
Okay. So, for starters, you find a haircut place called Arcane Buzz.
Okay.
It's a hobgoblin who specializes in transformation magic,
Okay.
and they are able to magically change the color of your hair permanently and like grow it out or cut opposite it, and you
Yeah.
can have pretty much any style you want.
Mohawk.
Okay. I'm thinking like because I've got reasonably like shoulder length hair at the moment, cutting it back, going dark, and almost like going like Kerrigan from Shadow and Bone season 2, like swept back brownish black hair.
He means go hot. Go hot.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, that's easy enough for them to do, and they just charge you a silver piece.
Cool. I pay the silver piece, and I'll go around the corner and try and find somewhere with like a mirror or a reflective surface. And I've got a disguise kit, and I want to just give myself some kind of scratches and like cuts on the face.
Yeah.
He's
Just
literally
to, like,
going the fold,
Easy enough
just
to
after
do.
the fold, Kerrigan. Nice.
Yeah, basically,
And
just
Yeah.
because I've got quite. I originally had quite an effeminate face with like longer hair, and I'm trying to make it look more masculine, more a bit rugged with like a shorter
Yeah.
hairstyle, so that I'm
Yep.
not picked up when I go into the building.
As long as you don't
Okay.
change your name to the Darkling.
No.
And going through the pubs and having a listen, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Okay. 13.
13. Going through, you hear various mutterings from people who look like they might be like servants in some of the noble houses around here or the merchants' houses. And you get the usual things, complaints about lack of pay or bad work environment or some of the female servants complaining about some of the male nobles being a bit handsy, some of the male servants complaining about some of the female nobles being a bit handsy, and some of them just complaining about all of them being too handsy. And you get a couple of other bits, like things like problems with the spirits and the fae, and having to deal with them in some of the more spiritually aligned houses. You don't get anything particular about Feng Lang. You do
Nobody
see though that
associating themselves with Feng Lang, or
no, you don't pick up anything like that. But you do see that most, like, no one outright goes into a bar and goes, "I work for Feng Lang," sort of thing, or outright goes, "My employer Feng Lang's a pain." Like, most of them are speaking in oblique, like, "Oh, my boss is such a pain," sort of thing. No names are mentioned.
that's fair.
But you do see most servants wear sort of like plain white, like almost like half kimonos with then like black trousers and like sandals.
Okay, so there seems to be like a format for most of the nobles using
Yeah,
the
most
same.
of them seem to have that. There's a few that are different, but most of them seem to be in that sort of standard attire.
Okay. I won't kidnap any of these at this stage then. Right.
Okay.
I will leave it there and probably head back to wherever we're like camped out, just
Yeah.
to see what everybody else has done for the day. I know other people need to do dress shopping.
Okay. And Loveless, it is easy to find various clothing stores here. There are the more traditional stores that are selling like traditional kimonos. There are more modern stores that are selling like dresses, ball gowns, that sort of thing. What are you looking for?
I want a mixture, kind of between a kimono, but like, you know those Chinese dresses where it's like
Yeah,
high neck with the like nice
uh,
little filigree down the
Sheong,
side,
a
but with
Sheong
like
Sam.
a little boob window, maybe,
Yeah,
and then
a she.
the ankle length with like a huge split down one side so she can like show off her long legs, and then maybe
Okay.
something like
You
that.
eventually end up in a nice female bugbear's shop, and she quickly measures you up, and then
To
like
like kind of
uses.
increase the appearance of her hips and bust.
Yep.
Like narrow at
And
the waist, perfect hourglass figure.
she quickly uses some magic to make a perfect sort of gold and jade Xiong Sam for you with the boob window,
Nice.
but with a tasteful
Like
like
gauze.
see-through fabric,
Yeah.
gauze, that makes it so it's not totally improper,
Oh
especially
yeah,
when
it's
you
like
know.
it's more the implication. She's not
Yeah,
trying to be overtly slutty, as it
yeah,
were.
especially when you mention it's for Feng Lang's party, and
Yeah.
she's like, well, they're very traditionalist, so it's probably
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
Um,
It's like
she
the
also
implication of it with but
so
being formal enough that
yeah,
it's not an insult.
so it's 5 gold for the dress, but then she also has some jewelry and accessories, including a fan that she can sell you for another 5 gold.
Yeah. Oh shit! Hang on. I added 5 gold. No, remove 5 gold.
And then
And then
another five
remove
gold for
5
the
gold for
accessories.
the dress, and then 5 gold for the accessories. Okay, cool.
Yeah, yeah, it's got a fan and it's got like some nice earrings and a couple of rings.
And she'll do her hair up in like a bun, with like some
Yeah,
ornamental like
yeah,
chopstick
she's
things.
got some like nice jade chopsticks with gold tips as well.
Mm.
Okay,
That'll do.
all right, and you all reconvene back at the tavern as night begins to fall.
Well, I got my outfit. He's just hoping I don't get swayed into not being able to help you guys at all.
So,
But at least I'll be able to tell if she's wearing the item.
yeah,
Maybe take a
Eureka
swipe
will
at it.
report everything that she's seen scouting out the area.
Yeah.
She'll probably describe the servants if
Yeah, so there was the 12 entourage, and then there are regular servants who are dressed like the ones Padsby saw. They're in that
Yeah.
plain sort of white
so
tunic
if
with the
Padsby asks,
black trousers.
she will describe the people and what she's seen.
Okay.
And then from there, she's like, I kind of had a plan of going into the bamboo forest, but from there, I have no idea how to get to anywhere short of being quick and quiet. But I can't rely on that for everybody.
I mean, I had two ideas: going in through one of the side entrances and trying to make out that I was entertainment. Maybe like a magic man, like Bob the Magic Man, I don't know. Or going in and trying to find the outfits that the servants wear and try and go in through like the servants' entrance and seeing if I can pass myself off as a servant. Alternatively, there's the whole I could be a servant to one of you kind of positions that we did last time, but
Unfortunately, we're a set of odd-looking beings.
Big
Apart
Yeah.
from
beans
Loveless, but the rest of us stand out a little bit.
I quite like the new look, Patrickson.
oh, I mean it's just polar opposite of what I was, so I figured I wouldn't be picked up.
It's kind of hot.
He just kind of almost rolls his eyes because he's so not interested.
Loveless is just like, nobody loves me.
Loveless,
How many times have I been rejected today? Like,
as
Jesus.
you say that and sort of mildly leer at him, a cat head pokes out of his shirt and goes,
That is adorable.
I mean, there's the alternative. I've got all these cats. I could make out that I'm slightly fey and try and go in as a guest. That's just not on the guest list.
I
Chosen by the spirits.
Halfway. That.
I mean, if you're good at lying, that might even fly.
It's worth a chance. If not, I will try and find another way in afterwards. But that's my best
If you try
chance
that,
in.
that's going to draw a lot of attention to you, and you may
The
not
other
get another
option-
chance.
There is a way in via the river that flows into the compound, but again, from there, how are you to sneak from the pool to somewhere?
Being soaking wet.
Without leaving a water trail, yeah. Maybe we should hold this discussion and take a break, because I genuinely think they're going to eat me if I don't feed them.
okay, we'll take a quick break, guys. We'll be back soon.
They will not leave me
Obviously,
alone.
for you, it will be as if no time has passed. So, see you soon.
Please.
Welcome back, and let's see how we go from here. So, the night passes, and it is now the day of the ball.
Dun, dun, dun.
Have the morning and the afternoon to do any prep work or planning you want to do, and then we'll take it from there. Is there anything anyone wants to do beforehand?
We need to get hold of some servants' outfits somehow.
Are you looking to have some made, or are you going to try and procure some another way?
Maybe procure some.
Okay.
Illegally. I'm probably just going to spend the day kind of perfecting how I want my face to look, like what eye colour, what hair colour.
Okay. Go ahead. For those of you who are going to take part in acquiring outfits,
The heist
Go
for
ahead.
the outfits.
go ahead and roll me, I'm going to say, an investigation check.
Heistception.
21.
Gene.
I am never
Oh,
gonna
that
solve
short
this
break
Rubik's
appears
Cube.
to have helped all your dice.
Maybe.
Is it anyone else, or is just those two?
Just us, apparently. Yeah, because
Yeah.
Sheen's doing a different route, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yaris, are you joining them, or are you?
No, I'm
Yes,
just
plans.
I'll just be wearing something dark. I think I've got plenty
Okay.
already.
All right. So, Padsby and Yarissa, you stake out the servants' entrance of Feng Lang's mansion until you see two people leave who are probably about the right sizes for you two. You trail them for a little bit, and then as they go down sort of a darker alley, I'm assuming you jump them.
I'm planning on doing an outright steal the clothes off their back.
I thought that's what you were doing.
I mean, we're here now.
we're gonna
Apparently,
go.
the DM has forced us down an alleyway, and we're here. So
Do it.
I
Just do
gave you
it.
the option. Are you having clothes made, or are you stealing them?
I was going
well,
to steal
I
them
thought
from their
about going into
homes.
somebody's accommodation and
Yeah.
like trying to take their clothes from there, but not.
Well, the thing is, they
like-
live in the compound. There are
Yeah,
servants'
true.
quarters, so the only way to get them is when they're outside the compound on a job.
Yeah, but that's a bit too risky because they're just going to go back and go, our clothes have been stolen.
I
They'll
mean,
be
unless we kill
recognised.
him.
A purple person.
I believe he said accidents happen.
Yeah.
Oh no! She fell off the building.
It's up to
Oh
you.
no, the servant is broken.
The servant is broken.
I'm like, because we're already apparently in the alleyway.
I think we've got no choice now, have we? Yeah.
I'm gonna like pull out a blade and just be like, "Give me your clothes and give me your money." Like
And your
try and make out
motorcycle.
like it's a theft.
Give me your car's key and your motorcycle.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll intimidation.
Both of us?
If
19.
you're joining in
Well, we're
intimidating,
both
then yeah.
doing it, so yeah. Not that I've got a lot for intimidation.
19 and 12.
Okay. They both immediately sort of hold up their hands and they sort of like both throw down a money pouch, and then you can see they're sort of like one of them goes, "Can we please keep our clothes?"
Yeah, can keep your unders.
They sort of look at each other, and you see there's like one man and one woman, and they both blush and like turn away from each other as they start undressing.
Oh no! Don't look at me!
They place down their clothes, and you can see they're dressed like their unders aren't particularly racy or anything. They're fairly still well covered. Like the man's wearing a vest and like underwear, and the woman's wearing a vest as well and underwear. So it's
I think I've got some like shaggy clothes in like my inventory that I'm just gonna like some peasant style clothes, and I'll just shove that at the guy. So he's got something
Oh,
to walk
screw
around
the
in.
girl! She's got to walk around naked. Give the clothes
I
to
haven't
the
got
guy.
girls' clothes.
Do I?
No, but I mean, like, dude, gentlemen, give the girl some clothes.
We're all different sizes. Like I've gone for like a like for like kind of swap. I mean, if
It would still cover her dignity.
Eurissa doesn't have anything, then I'll give it to the girl. But
Eurissa has
Nope.
nothing.
I get the logic.
okay.
It's just the way you said
rather
it just
than
made me
giving
laugh.
it to them, you sort of snatch up their clothes and the money and start running away, and you chuck the peasant clothes behind you as sort of
Okay.
a thing. Because obviously it would have looked a bit suspicious if you picked up their clothes and went, "I'm really sorry, here, have these," sort of
Yeah,
thing.
Kind of ruins the intimidation.
It's a bit different if you're chucking them behind you and running away. It's like, okay, fair enough. I still care about your decency, but I'm off.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Okay.
everything.
But yes, you now both have a servant's outfit
Mhm.
that you
Sweet.
can wear.
We're gonna have to lay low now.
Yep.
Change your
That's
appearance
us
again.
for the day.
Okay. Anything anyone else wants to do?
Shield is essentially just going to make his way over to where the river is.
Yeah.
Would you say our packs have some modicum of waterproofing?
I would say your normal packs do not, but it would not be difficult to get hold of stuff to waterproof your pack.
Okay, yeah. I'd like to try that after asking Loveless for some money.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yeah.
it costs you maybe about 2 silver to get the stuff you need.
Yeah.
Take it out of my
And I would
bag.
say I'm not going to make you roll because with enough time, it's fairly standard in like lining it with wax paper and waxing the leather and that sort of thing. That's fairly standard.
I want to remove
Yeah.
coins. The minimum allowed for each currency type is 0. to fail to remove coins the minute I can't take 2 silver out of my inventory.
Is
Well-
that because
Oh,
you
no.
don't have silver? If you've got
You
it
have
as gold,
to-
it
Oh,
won't
for God's sake, do I
separate
have to change it? Wait, how many? How
Take
do
a
I-
gold and put it and add 8 silver.
So if I do 1, remove 8 silver pieces.
And
8
then
silver
that
pieces?
counts for it. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's
that
usually
counts.
10, but you've
Okay,
taken 2 out. So.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Confused.
Once my pack's all waterproofed, yeah, I'm just gonna head up to the river and remove rowbridge, and then just stand in the water. Underwater.
Okay.
You get to the point where like, where's Shield?
So, Shield, making your way under the water and through, it is tight, and if you were in a rush and trying to hold your breath, you think you would probably have gotten stuck, but you don't have that problem. So for you, it's
No.
just a slow and steady crawl, and eventually you come up under the other side of the wall, and you can see now that the river continues on, and it goes under a bridge that leads over the river to the guest entrance and the ball pagoda. But you see the river continues further along. Where exactly are you wanting to end up?
I'm just gonna remain hidden in the river for the moment until
Yeah.
darkness falls.
You're just gonna wait under the bridge?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Just-
The river's deep enough for you to remain under the surface and be under the bridge still.
Yeah. So that's
Okay.
pretty much it. I'm just gonna sit there.
Just practice your troll impression.
Yeah.
Troll under the bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's that? Clip clopping over my bridge.
Okay. Anyone else got anything they want to do?
I guess I'll just settle on purple eyes, blonde hair, slightly tanned skin, and
Okay.
yeah, that'll do.
All right. So
Change my facial structure a little bit, so my higher cheekbones.
Yeah.
That'll do. Elf
Okay.
ears. There we go. Done.
as evening rolls in, the town comes alive. Fireworks begin to go off, music begins to play, lanterns and bonfires are lit, and you can see stalls have been set up selling various street foods. There are games going on, there is dancing, random laughter.
Sorry. My bad.
There are people dancing and having fun. There are performers doing various fire breathing or juggling, things like that. And there are more Fae than you have seen ever. There is almost, for every 2 people, there's a Fae as well. You see, shadowy wolves. You see, flaming foxes, eagles made of swirls of wind and leaves, beautiful men and women moving through the crowds, hideous hags, but none of them are attempting to trick anyone or beguile anyone. They just seem to be here to enjoy the atmosphere. It's almost like a ceasefire has been called and everyone here is just here for a good time. But you split up and each make your way to your individual entry points.
I'm meeting up with my grumpy goblin.
Yep, you
Okay.
go and meet up with Grizz, who is waiting for you at the end of the alleyway leading to the guest entrance. And
Good
at this
evening.
point, I can bring you onto the map. A map.
Mhm.
Which I now need to move some tokens around on, because people are not where I thought they might be.
Where
Because I
is
can't
it?
see
It's just
anything.
Hang
black.
on. Yeah, you can't see anything at the
Yeah,
moment
just
because
pick a blank
it's
square.
it's
Field
Fog
Field
of War.
Yeah, Fog of War. Field
So,
of War.
First up,
Field of War.
need to move Shield to where he's going to be.
That'll be Shield of War.
You know Rubik's cubes? This is only 2x2, and I can't fucking solve it, and it's
It gets
infuriating.
like it's both harder, like the smaller you go and the larger you go.
Yeah, like I can't. It says solve the white side first, and it's like use this formula and then this formula, and I'm just like, my brain hurts. I don't understand the
So-
instructions.
I've revealed the area
Okay.
where Shield currently is.
Okay.
Okay.
Still can't see. Oh, hang on.
Top right.
Aha!
I
I see.
have found me.
Yes.
I have found myself.
There we go. And then I can. Oh, no, that's about dice roll. Let's just leave that as is then. Oh, I can just move.
Where is he? There he is.
Oh gosh, I'll stop yawning.
That's me all day. I've not stopped.
Yeah, sneezing and yawning.
So, and then, if we're doing Loveless first, I can reveal this section of the map.
Oh god. Where is she?
So,
Can I just ask a general question? I'm guessing since you mentioned again that my little spirit cat popped up, has the spirit cat left me since it went into my chest, or is it?
the spirit cats seem to like come and go. There's
Okay.
currently none with you at the moment. They appear
Right.
to have gone to enjoy the festival as well.
I didn't know if there was one that was like you mentioned he came out of my chest a couple of times. I didn't know whether it was like
Yeah.
stuck with me or.
Chest kitty.
Okay. So yeah, Grizz is waiting for you at the end of the alley leading to what looks like a queue to that side gate that is the guest entrance, and he looks you over, goes, and you see he's dressed impeccably in these gold robes with gold accoutrements. It's a bit gaudy, but he makes it work. And he sort of looks you over and goes, very well, come along.
As you wish. And I'll follow.
Guides you through along, waiting in the queue for a bit until you eventually reach the gate where there are what look like two hired guards, and then one of those martial arts people that Yarissa had told you about. And the martial arts man has like a list, and he goes, names, please. And Grizz goes, Grizz and a +1. And he sort of goes through and goes, yes, welcome, Sir Grizz. Before you enter, I would like you both to verbally promise 3 times that you will make no malicious moves against anyone within the boundaries of the compound during the ball, if you would please. And Grizz goes, I will make no malicious moves against anyone within the compound during the ball. I will make no malicious moves against anyone within the compound during the ball. I will make no malicious moves against anyone in the compound during the ball.
Tiresome. Wait, what do I say again?
What he
will
said,
make
what he
no-
said, what he
What he
said.
said, what he said, what I said.
Yeah, it's that you will make no malicious moves against
Okay.
any persons within the compound during the ball.
Yeah, I will make no malicious intentions during the ball.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
say
as
that 3
you
times.
as you finish swearing it 3 times, you feel the weight of the promise settle on you, and know that if you break it, there will be consequences. Grizz begins walking with you arm in arm
I
down-
consider malicious and what they consider malicious is very different.
down along. You move along this lantern-lit path
Oh.
over the bridge, and then into this grand pagoda, which is set up for the ball.
Malicious
just
means
revealing.
killing someone, right? That's all it means.
Depends on if I
Depends.
consider it malicious.
Yeah.
Defending yourself is not malicious.
So you enter into this. Oh no, wasn't meant to move Shield.
Whoa!
Give me back Shield.
Shield, get back in your spot!
Get back under your bridge, boy. But yes, you enter into
Still
this
finding myself.
large pagoda, and you see a
Oh god,
number.
is that a were rat? What is that?
You see roughly 6 more of those what look like hired guards. You see a woman, even more beautiful than you look, Loveless, wearing a
Disgraceful.
kimono off the sleeves, cleavage barely covered, with 5 flowing white foxtails behind her.
Oh,
Uh,
shit.
and
probably one of the
she's
spirits.
smiling and moving around, and she's got black fox ears poking out of her head, and she's holding a pipe. On another person who brings your attention is a man, Nordic looking, who has a long white braided beard, white braided hair, very muscular, dressed in furs, and has a very predatory air about him. And you can see he's got claws on his fingers and a white
guy?
wolf tail sticking out of his pants.
They're obviously the spirits.
Is it this guy?
Yeah, it's no, that is
Or is it the werewolf dude
that
up here?
you can see that looks to be like a guard captain, like whoever is in charge of the hired guards.
Where's this, where is he? The other guy.
So
Don't see
fox-
anyone else. I see her.
Fox matron is there. The werewolf is meant to be the pack alpha, because I couldn't
Right.
find a decent picture for him.
Right, okay.
And that one there is like the guard captain, and then there are 6 guards spread around.
Yeah, I can see the guards, I just couldn't find anyone matching the white hair and stuff. It confused
And then
me.
there are obviously a number of guests milling around and talking and
Yeah.
engaging each other. You do not see anyone who matches the description of Feng Lang yet. You get the feeling she's doing the whole fashionably late to her own party thing.
Fair enough.
Okay. Whilst that's going on, the rest of you, how are you entering the compound?
Well, I'm going to go climb the fence and land in the bamboo forest
Yep,
as
that's-
stealthily as I can.
Okay. So all of you roll me stealth as you are going down the corridor where the servants' entrance is.
I think I'll probably do the same thing, actually.
Yeah.
Really?
Okay. So because 2 of you are wearing servants' outfits, you don't draw a lot of attention anyway. So it's not overly difficult for you to quickly move along, wait until people are looking the other way, and then jump over the fence, over the wall. Actually, do that. There we go. And you can make your way into the bamboo forest.
Right.
Without having drawn any attention to yourselves.
Cool.
I don't like all these coloured flowers. They feel a bit ominous to me.
So I'm just going to give you...
Ahead of them all.
They don't quite feel like a bamboo forest. They feel like a...
Look, I couldn't find bamboo. I worked with what I got.
No, that's fine.
Where is the map?
So
Where are
I'm
they?
just revealing. They're over to the left
To the
side.
left?
I
Okay.
thought
Oh,
you were
see.
about to go. What you thought was a bamboo forest is now a hallucinogenic like garden.
So that,
There we go. Found
that's
it.
probably as much as you guys are able to see from where you are.
Okay,
Like
so
you
I'm
can
gonna
see the edges of some of the stuff.
declare it now. Would you count this bamboo forest as a forest?
Is that your favourite terrain, is it?
For favoured terrain,
Yes.
no, because it
Aw,
is.
Come
It's-
on, it's a forest of bamboo. Come on.
Because this isn't a natural forest. It's obviously a
Ah.
garden, so
Alright, fair.
it's not quite the same.
Worth asking.
Favourite terrain, gardens.
I do like a garden.
I do like the pansies. And
Oh yes.
There he goes. Yes.
Oh,
That's how I like to spend my evenings.
Oh,
But
Thankfully, the DM is
Bless
allergic.
you.
the DM is
Yeah.
allergic to your question.
but yes.
Okay. I am going to basically head to the edge of the bamboo forest.
Third one. Always
We're
coming
gonna-
freeze.
We're gonna have to
Always
send an
in-
exorcist. Like...
Right, so you're heading to the very edge.
Yep.
Yep.
Punishment
Go
of
ahead.
DM's
Feel
past.
free to move your token.
Where is my token? Oh yeah, that one's my token, isn't it?
Yeah, you should have control.
Cool. I just didn't know which one my token was.
The red-skinned tiefling that was red and is now purple.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think.
I
She's
just
always
think we
been
did.
purple. I
Flavoured-
remember that.
Yeah, I don't think we
I
ever-
think I couldn't find a purple tiefling
Yeah.
to send to Paddy, so I just found that.
Yeah.
None that matched the description of the
We all
outfit.
believe that it's been a while since we've played these characters.
Yeah.
It has. I mean, we
The only
haven't, we
thing I
haven't
did
played Heist
remember.
Crew in several months, if
Yes.
not more.
Yeah.
So basically, I'm going to the edge and scouting who I can see, what I can see.
Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Perception.
And north was servants' quarters.
South was dojo.
Dojo, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh.
With a 12, you don't see any people. There doesn't appear to be any patrolling guards. There's no guests over here.
Okay.
You can hear the party in full swing over to the north. And you can hear sort of things clattering in the servants' quarters. You're obviously like behind this wall here is obviously a kitchen or something.
Where's the main house again?
The main house is here. That bit you can
Right.
see is
That
like the
would be
veranda
outrage.
around the house.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was heading towards. So.
But yeah, you see no people.
I'm gonna stop and just scout again. Just do a general second. Learn from your mistakes. Always do a second glance.
Yep.
Just around the main house. So looking at the through the windows, around the doors, making sure.
Okay, so you're moving up a bit closer then.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, move yourself to where you want to be.
About there.
Okay, go ahead and roll a perception check.
Perception. Oh my god.
7. You still don't
Seven?
see any people. There are a number of windows that you can see. The only door you can see from this vantage point is here.
I'm usually good at this one.
The
Yeah,
dice said no.
The only door you can see is there.
Okay.
But there are a number of windows as well.
I'll
This was
See
all
what the
only
other two
one
are doing.
story, wasn't it?
yeah.
Yeah, it's one story.
I'll let the other two decide what they're doing as well.
So I will probably follow behind you because servants in a group makes more sense than servants on their own.
Yeah.
Just to me, and probably just in general. But I'm also, as I go through the bamboo forest, is this a bamboo forest that's been designed by somebody with major OCD, so every tree is equally spaced, or is it placed as if somebody is trying to make it look natural, so some are closer to each other and some are a little bit further away?
The second one. It's been planted to try and make it look as natural as possible.
Okay, can I find a group of like 3 that are very close together that have been planted like almost in a cluster?
Yeah, easy enough to do.
Towards the edge of closest to the house, and I'm just gonna put my cannon down in the middle.
Okay. Yep.
Ready for later.
Yep, you do that.
Yeah, and then I'm just gonna follow and make it try and look like I'm a servant
Okay.
as we go and investigate the house, I guess.
All right.
Uh,
Whilst
how
yeah.
how strong is bamboo?
Very
bamboo,
strong.
Pretty strong, kind of.
fairly
swings,
strong. You can cut it easily
Here,
with
mate.
a bladed weapon, but if you don't use something sharp, you can bend it pretty much double before it'll break.
Right, so
the
it's,
slivers of
it's,
it can be
it's
incredibly sharp.
flexible, not rigid.
Yeah, it's flexible, but it can be used as like a rigid material as well.
Are there a couple that I could hide like between and shimmy up between them?
Yeah, you can try. Go ahead and roll me, I would say, in this case, acrobatics, as you're trying to balance on something that is wobbling and quite flexible. Yeah, so how you get up fairly high, you get to the point where you can feel it's going to begin sort of bending over under your weight, probably about 2/3 of the way up before, if you go any higher, you know it will start bending back down.
Can I just try and survey a bit more of the area?
Yeah, go ahead and make perception check with advantage.
I don't think that one. Ah, 14.
14. Again, you don't see any people as such. You see, obviously, servants moving along. You can now, from your vantage point, see the pathway leading from the servants to the main pagoda, and you can see them moving to and forth along there. You also hear and see as a woman dressed in fine sort of shrine maiden robes steps out of the main house along a procession way heading towards the party, and you would assume that is Feng Lang
Sure.
heading out of the main house towards the party itself.
Are we gonna go for it?
Well, whilst you guys are doing that,
Yeah.
Loveless,
Oh no.
you hear the music change slightly, and you watch as from the main house through a pair of double sliding doors, this woman in the very elaborate shrine maiden outfit steps out and begins walking down this procession way between statues of foxes and wolves. And she, bloomin' hell.
You said the music changed, man. You were asking me
Yeah.
to do it on the fly. That's what you get.
No. But she steps out and she begins moving amongst the guests, like talking and greeting them. Go ahead and make a perception check.
19.
19. There is no sign of a jade bracelet anywhere on her person.
But that just perfect. That's what. That's for nothing. Okay.
Okay. Is there anything you'd like to do?
Probably mingle with guests. See if I can garner any gossip, any mention of the wager, perhaps.
Okay.
Stuff like that.
So, moving around amongst the guests with Grizz, a lot of it is boring mercantile talk, and like a couple of people complimenting him on his beautiful date, which she just sort of waves away. But you're moving around and making the circles. There doesn't appear to be any talk of the wager as such. Obviously there's the gossip about it of, oh, have you heard
See
about
if
the
anyone's
wager?
placing any bets on who they think's gonna win.
Nothing quite so crass, especially when
No.
they're at Feng Lang's party.
Fairs.
And there's various entertaining going on, and food's being like circled on trays along with drinks. You do see, though, occasionally both the Pack Alpha, that Scandinavian man with the silvery white hair and the wolf tail, and the Fox Matron glance in your direction. One, the Pack Alpha with suspicion, the Fox Matron with a glint of mischief in her eye. And you suddenly realise you're a Fae, they're Fae, they know what you are. They can tell something's up.
That I'm not showing who I really
They're
am.
not
Yeah.
like, you could tell they're not quite sure and they're not ready to approach you yet, but they've clocked you. They've noticed you.
Maybe I'll look at the wolf dude, kind of wink.
You watch as he bristles and his his hackles rise and he turns away.
And then she'll look and see what the fox's reaction is to her winding
The
him up.
fox is right up in your face. She's like
Hello,
literally there.
darling.
But by the way, when I say in your face, you are face to bosom, as she is about 8 foot tall.
Well, I'm not complaining at the angle, my dear, but care to introduce yourself?
And one of the tails comes around and sort of like curls under your chin. Oh, you're a fun one, aren't you?
I think this
I wouldn't
party
bother
just got
with the.
interesting.
I wouldn't bother with the puppy. He's mate bonded, and you know wolves, mate for life, and all that.
No fun at all, then.
No, not as fun as frolicking with the foxes.
Apparently so.
But I can tell you're not here just to enjoy the party, are you?
Bit of mischief, my dear.
Oh, mischief's always fun. I'm guessing, unfortunately, you had to swear that nasty little
Yes.
promise
It's such a
on the way in.
shame what they consider malicious.
Oh, I know. I can't play any pranks. It's so unfair.
I mean, if no one's hurt, it's not malicious, is it?
Unfortunately, I know the way Feng Lang interprets these things, and she won't be pleased if I cause a disruption. However, if a disruption were to occur,
Accidents do happen.
let's just say I wouldn't be averse to Mr. High and Mighty Wolfie being brought down a peg or two in an embarrassing manner.
You are speaking my language, my dear.
She leans in and whispers into your ear, and let's just say I'm honor bound to tell Feng Lang about intruders as a guardian spirit. No one said I had to tell her straight away.
I mean,
Your little friends
I am a
didn't
plus
promise.
one. I'm not really an intruder.
But your little friends are.
Oh, they're not so clever, are they?
Let's just say scents carry on the wind. The alphas picked them up, but he's not so sure yet. The guests and the visitors are confusing him. I, on the
Duly
other hand,
noted.
notice different scents and know that most of the guests and staff here are either goblinoid or human. It's strange to smell cat, fiend, and halfling on the wind.
So, I embarrass
Let's just.
your grumpy friend over there, and you keep that information to yourself for now.
Oh yes, I still have to inform Feng Lang,
Of course.
but I can inform her after you've all left.
Works for me, my dear.
Well,
There a
I'll give
preferred
you a little
method
bit of time.
embarrassment you want? Or...
Just something to lighten the mood. But until then, she leans in, traces your jawline again with one of her tails, and very delicately reaches between her bosoms and pulls out a single cherry blossom and just flicks it onto your nose. Enjoy the party. As she turns away and starts sashaying away.
What's that about
At
you
least
not getting any
someone,
action?
at least someone notices me. I got my flirt quotation. I'm good. Let's go. Okay, now I've got to go and embarrass Wolf Boy before she fucking tells everyone what's going on. Shit. Oh, I need to ponder on how I'm going to do this.
Anyway, moving on. Shiel, are you wanting to make any movement during this time? Or are you staying under the bridge?
I would like to move, yes.
Okay.
So, sticking to the water,
Yep.
I'm going to move down to, as close as I can towards where the statue is that hadn't been mentioned.
Making your
The
way
pagoda.
downstream.
So you move.
No, you said that there was a
fast.
statue.
Mm,
I think you
No,
said there was a pagoda that isn't
there
the
was a
pagoda where
pagoda
the
that
party
had
is.
that hadn't been mentioned. Like you didn't know
Okay.
whether it was just like an ornamental part of the gardens or whether it was an actual structure.
That was it. Yeah, I'm just going to move down the river. To be
Okay.
fair.
So I've revealed the
Yeah.
whole river, so you can move all the way down to the end
Okay.
pool if you want.
Yeah. I'm going to. So, I have eidetic memory for maps due to my
Yeah.
background.
Yeah.
Because why would you not play a monk and have the Outlander background?
Yeah.
So, what buildings are these? Sorry, that I'm coming in between.
So you are. So let me just reveal a bit more.
Yeah.
So the main building is on the left, and you're just going to go past the shrine there.
Okay. Is there, from where I am, is there any movement going on?
You would have to
Outside
break.
of the-
You can make a perception check with disadvantage from under the water, or if you want to risk breaching the water and looking, like pinging your head out, you can make a regular perception check.
Okay. There is something else that I wanted to do, and I'm going to ask it now. Considering that I don't breathe,
Yeah.
what is your ruling on verbalization underwater?
On what?
Verbalization.
Verbalization
Verbalization.
underwater. Technically,
Um.
so can be made underwater.
So you're wanting to cast silence? Is that what you're wanting to do?
Pass
No?
without a trace.
Pass without a trace. So because it's a monk thing, it's not necessarily the same way of casting. It's an innate
Yeah.
monk ability. You're not casting a
It
spell.
just
So you can
You're
Naruto it and be
says
like, bing,
without
bing, bing,
material.
bing, bing.
yeah.
Yeah, it
You're
says
more
without material, but it's still. I
yeah.
think the verbal and somatic still has to.
Personally I would say you wouldn't need verbal because it's an innate
Okay.
monk skill. It's not like you're casting a spell. It's
Yeah,
your
it's a magic-like ability, not a
yeah, you're
spell.
channeling an
Yeah.
ability.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's
Pass
more
without a
like
trace.
it's more like you like activate part of your inner workings and like
Yeah.
flip parts of your metal flip round and then mirrors, and it
Yeah.
like makes it so that it reflects some of the like it's almost like a chameleon like ability which you can then like spread across a group.
Yeah.
So
So
it's
I'm
less
casting
about
pass without a trace.
yep, okay. So go ahead.
Then breach the water.
Okay. So go ahead and roll stealth check to
Okay.
try and I'm assuming you're trying to breach stealthily.
Yeah. So that's 29.
29. You breach the water, and perched on your head is a lily pad, and it's like hiding you, and your eyes are just like a periscope at the top of the water. Go ahead and make your perception check regularly.
Bud,
Okay.
why, sir? Bud, why, sir?
Why? God.
Okay.
11.
You don't see any people, and with that, I can reveal a bit more for you because obviously from out of the water you'll be able to see a bit more. So yeah, you can see like going down that way. There are no people
Yeah.
in sight other than you can hear the party, and like if you glance that way, you can see the people at the party, but none of them are
Yeah. Yeah.
looking in your direction.
Okay. I'm going to quietly make my way over to the entrance of the shrine.
Okay, the entrance to the shrine is at the southern entrance. It's
Okay.
connected to the walkway from the main house.
Yeah. So yeah, I will travel underwater a little bit further there before.
Yeah. Okay.
Again, appearing here, just making sure no one's around.
Okay. So again, popping your head out stealthily and looking around, there are still no people, and you can now see a bit more of the compound. I'm just revealing that.
Okay.
So yeah, the entrance to the shrine is there.
Yeah. I'm going to then just begin looking around, see whether anything looks new, like freshly built or anything.
Okay. Go ahead and roll another perception check or an investigation check, your choice.
Oh, it's definitely going to be perception. Eee.
7. It's everything here looks well built and well maintained. It's hard to tell what's new and what's old.
So
Okay.
yeah, we may not achieve our goals tonight.
I don't think we're going to. I think the dice
No.
have decided that we will never be able to investigate anything, find anything out. We are just.
I mean, you might yet. So,
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna go in and start snooping.
okay, as you go to open the door, that's where we're going to move back to the other group. So,
Yep.
Eurissa, Padsby, and Idaris, what would you like to do during this time?
I think if I'm fairly confident in myself that the coast is clear, I'm gonna try and stealth towards this door.
Yeah, go ahead and make stealth check.
14.
Can I move
14.
with her to make it look like two servants going towards the door?
Yeah, go ahead and roll a stealth check as well.
9?
9.
That one.
Yeah, the gravel crunches under your feet, but you don't think you've drawn any attention to yourselves.
Stop outside the door. Well, I suppose as she kind of walked sort of this way, if there was a window to look through on the way through, she'd
Yeah.
probably have taken a quick glance.
Yeah, there are windows all along there.
Yep.
So you have a quick glance in. You look into what looks to be a nicely appointed guest room of some kind. You can see like a table in the center, numerous cabinets around the edges of the room, what looks like a small trickling fountain for like drinking water and cleansing oneself. But otherwise, it's a fairly barren room. There's some nice art on the walls, but that's about it. You can see all the interior walls are made out of like thick paper rather than wood.
Okay. So we'll get to the door. Eurissa will
Check if there's traps.
check if there's traps.
Go ahead and make
Wait, do
an
you have rogue in
investigation
you? Because
check.
rogues are better at doing that than.
If not, I can do the same thing.
If you're the trap master, you do it.
Yeah.
I don't know,
rogue in
what's
more.
the check?
Investigation.
Okay.
And if you have Thieves' Tools proficiency, add another plus proficiency to it.
What's plus proficiency? Plus...
Proficiency bonus next to your walking speed
Yeah.
above your
Plus
initiative.
3.
Yeah, it should be
Oh,
another
18.
+3.
Yeah.
And then while Padsby's doing that, I'm listening at the door to check.
So
if
be
there's any
18.
movement.
Okay. Alright, so 18, as you sort of glance around, the door doesn't look to be locked, but you do clock a small glistening silver wire around the edge of the frame. And as you sort of think, you sort of think back to those windows you walked past. They all had silver wire around the edges as well.
Okay.
And you remember the alarm spell. So you can tell that the door and the windows that you've gone past at least so far have all been layered with an alarm spell. Eurissa, go ahead and roll a perception check as you listen at the door.
Let me finish sneezing for a minute.
Yep,
God,
sorry, I've
going on?
infected you.
What am I rolling? Perception.
Yep. Nice! There we go.
Finally!
Listening in, quietly, stilling your breath, you hear the sounds of one set of feet moving on the wooden floor, moving back and forth. There's obviously someone patrolling what might be a hallway just behind this door.
Eurissa will kind of tap Padsby on the shoulder and just kind of mime. There's someone in there.
Okay.
Sounds like they're patrolling.
I'll try and mine back. Do we use this to our advantage?
How so?
Knock, not a knock, knock. Servant?
What do we ask for?
Drinks.
Alright. We will knock.
Okay. Idaris, what are you doing whilst they're doing this quickly?
I will be moving over to the dojo to have a look in there.
Okay. So you move across to the dojo. As you two,
Does that have any windows, or is that just the door and then?
that is there are windows to that, and there is a sliding door that opens up into it as well.
Well, I'll take a look through the windows first.
Okay. Glancing through the windows, it is a nicely appointed dojo. You can see there are a number of training dummies. There's what looks to be, obviously, cabinets for keeping things like training garb and training weapons in. Go ahead and make me a perception check.
5.
5. Nothing really grabs your attention. Okay. As you
But
two
there's-
knock,
Giant
no one in
monster on
there
the freaking
minute.
doors. Yeah.
yeah, no one in there, no one present.
Mhm.
Looks completely empty. Okay. As you
Sure.
two knock on the door, you hear the footsteps draw closer until the door opens and you see stood in the doorway leading into a hallway. There is one of those men in martial arts gear, and they look down at you and go, "Can I help you?"
The fox asked for more of her specific wine. Told us to go to the store.
Roll a persuasion check.
Can I do a deception?
Or deception, yes. Deception it would be, in this case.
17.
17.
I told you the dice. They fucked your
You
head.
see him go, that bloody kitsune. Right. I don't know whether we've got any. Wait there, and he moves off and he heads down into a door in the south part of the hallway, heading through it.
And I run to the door and try and lock it.
What, the door he's just disappeared into?
Yeah.
Okay, so you...
He's probably just gonna kick the door down and then kick your ass. Oh my god. Okay, go for it.
Okay, so you run to that door.
Yeah.
Okay.
YOLO,
You get to that door and you see that it is a shoji sliding door made out of the same toughened
It's made
paper as the
paper.
walls.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just be there with knowing that I can't lock it now. I'll just be there, like, ready to like take anything.
Glancing in, you can see he's in what looks like some form of formal dining room. You can see a large number of tables, and he's moved across to a cabinet and is currently rummaging through it, muttering to himself.
I'm actually tempted to take that potion of invisibility and actually let myself in. So I'm now going to take that potion.
Yep, you drink that
All the crazy
potion,
things, do it.
and you feel as the magic washes over you, and you watch as your body, for you, goes see-through.
And I'm just going to let myself in.
Yep,
I mean,
go ahead.
he let down the barrier anyway, but it means that you
Yeah.
can walk untethered whilst I'm there, just waiting for the wine.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I'm going to.
You do see as you both cross the threshold, his head jerks up, and he looks back, and he sees you stood there, Padsby, and you watch as he raises a hand to an earring, and you see him talk, and then he puts his hand back down. And you get the feeling the alarm spell still went off.
Right.
As you both cross the threshold. But he said, he's then contacted everyone else and gone, it's just a servant. I'm getting them something.
Okay.
Okay. He comes back after a couple of minutes, and he comes to you with what looks like a very old bottle of alcohol, and he hands it towards you and goes, "I better make sure the kitsune gets that, otherwise she'll get uppity again. And last time she decided to paint the onsen."
Is this the last one, or is there more in case she has, she's gone through this quite quickly?
We've got a couple more, but come back if she needs more. Hopefully Feng Lang will keep her under control.
Okay, just knock on the door, right?
Yes, I'll make sure I'm available should you need me.
While Padsby is distracting him,
Yep. At this point, he is ushering Padsby back towards the door. He's escorting him.
But are these doors all closed?
They are all shoji and they are all closed, yes.
Yeah, shit. I was going to say I was hoping to slip into one of them while
But
it's
they are
with...
shoji, so they're just sliding doors.
So they're
I
actually
will-
quieter
And-
to open than shut.
And the one,
than a
and you
normal
did
door.
notice the ones that he's been opening and closing. They are oiled. They are fairly quiet.
So while he's distracted with Padsby, I'm going to sneak into this one I'm in front of.
Okay, so you quickly open the door and glance inside, and you see it is this guest bedroom. There are no other doors in or out of that one.
Quickly close that one and go to the next one.
Okay. So you go to the one at the end of the hallway, quickly open that one. That one, there is no one in that room, and you see it appears to be some kind of central room with a bunch of nice trees and bushes in it and a large central desk. There are 3 doors leading off of this room.
Awesome. Would you count this as a forest?
No.
There's wood everywhere. Clearly, it's a forest.
It
Worth
was a
try.
forest.
And then they cut it down and made it into a building. All buildings are dead forests, right?
You can feel that this room is closer to nature, and it's been done in such a way to be closer to nature, but it's not quite a forest.
Right. I am dubious about this. I feel like this is where I need to be. I'm going to have a look around, but not touch anything, just a glance.
Okay, go ahead and roll an investigation check. Okay, so glancing around and looking around, you sort of move around the desk, and a lot of the paperwork on the desk is out in the open. And though there are a few drawers, as you sort of like quickly open and sort of glance at a few, they look to mostly be like stationery supplies, ink, quills, that sort of thing. And most of the stuff on the desk, from the quick glances you can get without touching anything, looks fairly tame. A lot of it is to do with the running of the estate. There's a few bits about temple budgets. This all looks like very public
Official.
documentation. You get the feeling anything maybe a bit more unofficial maybe isn't kept here with the official documents.
Right. I'm going to assume it's going to be a bedroom somewhere. So now I'm in here. I'm basically going to go to these doors and just have a listen before I even try and attempt to do anything with them. So
Okay, go ahead, roll perception. We'll use... Okay. Alright, listening at that southern door, you listen in. You think you might hear someone in there, but you're not certain whether it's just the ambient sounds of the house.
right.
It's just farted.
And basically she's going to do the same for this one as well.
Okay, go ahead and roll perception.
19. That's a bit better.
You listen for a while. There's definitely no one in this room. You can't hear any movement, no breathing, no nothing.
I might have a look and see what's in this room.
You slide the door open and look in. This appears to be a bedroom, potentially the master bedroom.
Ooh.
There is a nice table in the center with a number of cushions around it. There's some beautiful wardrobes, which you can see slightly open. One is slightly open still and has an empty hanger. There is you see the same shrine maiden outfit that you saw Feng Lang leaving in yesterday, like
Right.
folded up in a basket, so it looks like it's ready to go to laundry. In this room, you can see there is a small shrine in one corner, and there are 2 chests.
I am going to use the spell Find Traps.
Okay. What is the range on that? So I'm aware.
120 feet.
Yeah, but how much does it affect?
Oh, you sense the presence of any trap within range that is within line of sight. A trap.
Oh, okay. So anything within 120 feet that's line of sight. Okay.
Yeah.
So you quickly pull out the necessary components and you cast the spell. Because you haven't cast invisibility, your invisibility doesn't fail because it's a potion. So the first thing you spot is that, again, the windows to the outside are lined with a wire.
Yep.
And armed with an alarm spell. And of the two chests, one is a wooden chest, the other is a black iron chest. The black iron chest is trapped. And the spell informs you that it is a glyph of warding on the chest, that if disturbed will summon some form of creature.
Right. Well, I think I know where it is. I just can't get in it.
You were a magic caster would dispel magic or something like that, maybe.
Mhm.
But
Yes.
sadly, that's not in a ranger's repertoire.
No. That's annoying.
Shoot it full of arrows.
I mean, you could just YOLO it. Maybe it won't be that powerful. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yes, but I will make a lot of noise.
Yeah, you're right.
Bugger.
Yeah. This
I'll have
lady
a
don't mess
think.
about. She don't mess
Yeah.
about.
I'll have a think, and if you want to move on to someone else.
Okay. We'll quickly move back to Adaris. Are you doing anything more with the dojo?
I'd probably have a quick look around inside, see if there's any like, hidden
Yeah.
chests or
Go ahead and roll investigation.
loose floor panels. 14.
14. Going through the dojo, you sort of look through a couple of the cabinets. You don't find anything untoward or strange. Eventually, however, you come across there's a couple of statues in here. And you find one that is a fox statue. And as you're sort of looking it over, one of your hand reaches inside the mouth, and you feel as something presses. And you hear a click as you've pressed some form of button.
Nothing.
Nothing visibly happens. Make a perception check.
11.
You hear a faint ticking.
Oh shit.
I will quickly look around the other statues, see if they've got similar buttons.
Looking around the other statue in the building, you don't see any other buttons here.
Right.
Meanwhile, we're going to move back to Shiel. Shiel,
Hi.
what are you doing?
Having his Pirates of the Caribbean moment.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Are you
Yeah.
opening the door to the shrine?
Uh-oh. I lost him. Where is he?
I probably wouldn't
Ah,
be, because I thought the door was already open, which is why I was trying to look inside before. But
It's not. It's not open, but you can see that it's not. It's not like a door that would lock. It's just a door.
yeah.
It's almost like another shoji. It's just slightly more solid.
Okay. Is there a way underneath?
It is unraised, yes. So you could try and get underneath if you want.
Yeah, I'm going to go underneath. I'm going to look for potentially where floorboards have like extra weight added to them, and or new floorboards where they've potentially been replaced recently, etc.
Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Yay. Oh wow!
18. Okay.
With
Moving
minus
along
one.
the underside of this, you do see that there hasn't been any floorboards replaced as such, but you see where a couple are slightly out of alignment, as if they've been pulled up, something's been done, and then they've been put back. And you can see what almost looks like the faintest shimmer of wire, maybe? Like they're connected to something.
Working with Loveless and our misdeeds,
Mm-hmm.
would we know of these sort of things?
What, like caches or hidden things?
No, it's the silver wire I'm more concerned about.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
No, so this isn't like a silver wire for an alarm spell.
Oh, different.
okay.
This is more like a wire that's connected to something.
Ah. Like
Okay.
artificer technology kind of thing.
I'm going to carefully try and uncover what this wire is.
Okay.
Starts pulling it
So
gently.
Carefully, sort of like shifting the floorboards as best you can, you manage to get a look, like not a hole that you can use to look up. And as you look up, you can see this wire and these floorboards are at the base of a wolf statue inside the shrine.
okay. Is there a sign of movement in here?
You listen carefully for a bit. No sounds come from within the shrine.
Okay, I'm going to carefully sort of like poke my head up.
Okay, you haven't made that big a hole. These floorboards are still firmly in place. If
No,
you wanted,
I'm going to kind of like, yeah, I'm just going to kind of like separate them as
well, to separate
best
them
I
that much,
can.
you would have to literally punch one out.
Oh, okay.
You've made like a enough of a gap to like peek through, and that's as much give as there is in the floorboards. They've been like put back in and nailed back down. So there's either the door, or you're gonna have to punch your way through the floor.
Less sort of like punch, but can I not just sort of like try and like force and pop the floorboard?
I would say in that case, I'm going to ask. So, are you trying to do this silently, or
As silently as I can, yeah.
so with this? I'm going to ask for a sleight of hand check rather than the strength. It's going to be sleight of hand because you're going to be trying to do this slowly and carefully.
Yeah. 13.
13. You sort of try and carefully sort of maneuver it and wedge it. It's not giving.
I'm probably just going to sit there and go along, sort of like like that one's not moving. Let's try the next one.
You go across the whole of the base of this thing. None of them are moving.
Okay.
Worst thieves ever. We are literally the worst thieves ever.
Good time.
Mm-hmm.
Last time was okay. I mean, it wasn't brilliant.
Last time,
Yeah.
I think we were just lucky.
Yeah.
We've just luck's not been on our side this evening. The dice.
If I was just like
taketh away.
one level higher, I'd have been in there no problem.
Yeah. Damn, being level 5.
Yeah, because of Shadow Step.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to go less silent and probably just try and force it a bit more aggressively.
Go ahead
Just
and
wait till
roll
Jonathan
athletics.
turns up. We'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jonathan, I love Jonathan so much.
He'll help us with this heist, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yep. So roll athletics for me.
I'm worse
See.
at athletics. 13.
13. In this case, like the DC was high for sleight of hand because you were trying to be careful and quiet. In this case,
Yeah.
you kick a board out and it shoots up into the air and then clatters down, and you kick another one, and that gives you enough room to get up into the shrine.
Yeah.
You've made a bit of noise, and you've obviously broken 2 of the floorboards now.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm now gonna just look around, see whether there's any clues as to where this bolt may be.
Okay, so you move to where that statue where you had seen that wire and the
Yeah.
newer floorboard or the replaced floorboards. And this statue does look newer than the others. And because you know what you're already looking at it, you sort of look around it and then you look inside the mouth and you see a button.
Okay. I'm going to check for traps.
Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
2.
From what you can tell, this is not trapped.
Push the
Press
button.
button.
You reach in, push the button.
Yep.
Idaris, over in the dojo, the ticking stops.
Sure.
It's like Lieutenant Surge's gym. You're gonna find
Yeah.
the 2
Oh,
buttons in
God.
the bins.
Yeah.
Shield, you hear from outside the sound of grinding stone on stone from somewhere nearby. And at the same time, the wolf's jaw snaps shut on your hand. You are going to take 9 piercing damage as the jaws snap shut on your hand.
Okay.
And your hand is currently trapped inside the mouth of this statue.
Uh-oh.
Let me just roll a con save quickly.
Just detach your arm and flee.
I mean,
Am I keeping concentration on that?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I've said give me more time, but you know.
hey, I gotta piss off
Um,
some fucking wolf dude and
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
still yet
Yeah.
to go. Yeah, I'm
We're
waiting.
moving back
sort
to
of-
Loveless after this.
Yeah.
Oh god.
There's plans in
I have
motion.
a
There's
vague
plans in
idea what to
motion.
do, but I could end up getting killed doing it.
My
So
plan
we'll
is
see.
relying on one of you lot to make a commotion so I can.
Oh,
open...
there's gonna be a commotion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I may die.
If it's
for
from
it.
Loveless or by me, one of the 2.
Either one, anyone.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try and force my hand free.
Okay, go ahead and make a strength saving throw.
Okay. 21.
21. Okay, so as you wriggle and pull, you manage to part the jaws enough to pull your hand out, but you do take another 6 piercing damage as you do, as the stone jaws rake along your metal flesh, leaving gouges.
Yeah.
But your hand is now free as the jaws snap shut after you let go of them.
Oh, that's another con save, isn't it?
Meanwhile, we move back to Loveless. Because, you know, splitting the party is so much fun.
It is. Hang on. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Back to the party.
This campaign is lessons as to why you don't split the party.
It's not that you don't split the party. It's just we're all dice cursed at this point.
We actually tend to do very well splitting the party, which is very odd.
Yeah.
Slard!
Aaron.
Slard!
Slard did not go well.
No, in
Yeah,
this
but I did kind of
campaign.
betray them, so that's fair.
Yeah.
In this
Yeah.
campaign,
Oh,
yeah.
not Strad, Slard.
Oh, Slard.
S-L-A-A-D.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was just more.
Yeah.
I just walk in the front door. What could happen? Like,
Oh no, I meant back in Maham, where some of you stayed at the ball and some of you went
oh
home
yeah, and you guys nearly died. Yeah, that was.
and got ambushed and got saved by the bone
I
claw.
don't know about. I had
At
a great
level
time.
5, it's fine to split the party. At level 9, it's a little bit more tentative.
Dicey.
A little bit more
Yeah.
dicey. I need some red wine.
Yep, there's plenty of people moving around with various goblets of different alcoholic drinks.
I
It's
will
easy enough to grab a
pick
glass
up
of red wine.
2 glasses. And
Yeah.
I'm gonna make my way over to Wolf Boy.
Okay, you make your way over and you see he is currently leant against one of the pillars and he's just sort of like brooding a bit.
Ah, you look as bored as I am.
Hmm.
Drink?
Sort of looks at it. He takes it. You can see, like, in his eyes, he's taking it to be polite.
Mm-hmm.
You can see he'd prefer this is probably something else.
You strike me as more of a whiskey drinker, now that I think about it.
I prefer mead.
Meat is pretty nice. A little sweet for my palate, but not used to it.
Why are you over here talking to me rather than your small goblin friend?
Well, let's just say, he's not that interested.
And you think I am?
Oh, absolutely not. I've seen the glares from across the room.
You smell strange. I cannot place the scent yet, but I will.
I mean, I was gonna say the Shadowfell. No, the other place, the opposite of the Shadowfell.
Feywild.
Feywild. I don't know why I just automatically go Shadowfell. Shadowfell. I'm like, no, that's the opposite of what you want. Perhaps you can smell a bit of the Feywild.
You are a skin changer.
Mm-hmm. Guilty. And I'll change my eye colour to gold.
I was not aware there were many of your kind in Sabereg.
We don't tend to venture this far very often.
I have been told to be wary of your kind many times before.
As you should. But let's be honest, you should be wary of everyone.
Oh, I am always wary of everyone. The pack is only as strong as its weakest link.
Pack. Us shifters are a bit more of lone wolves, I guess.
That is your choice. I prefer the pack.
I mean, there's strength in numbers.
Yeah, he's here on his own.
Yes. Why are you here on your own then, if you're so pack-oriented?
The invite was for one representative of the Wolf clan.
So you...
If the
Well, if you-
rest are out protecting the shrines during the night
Are you
from
not
the other
their
Fae.
leader?
I am, and that is why I am here to represent the pack with the family that we sponsor in the town.
Does that not leave your pack vulnerable? Are they not as strong as their leader?
I trust in my pack.
Trusting others. Interesting. So, you and the fox lady, you don't get along?
That wench and me, we tolerate each other. We have respect, but we do not see eye to eye.
She, I don't know if I should tell you this.
Then keep it to yourself.
Not one for gossip. How boring.
You see as he just rolls his eyes, takes a small sip of the wine, and makes a face.
He's a
Would you like
difficult
some
one.
sugar in your wine? Would that make it more palatable?
I very much doubt anything could make this swill palatable.
I mean, I'm pretty sure she waters it down.
The minute you say that, he is in your face. What you say about that
Must not
chosen
cause
family?
So you do have buttons, and then she'll start playing with his chest.
He looks down at your hand. If you do not wish to lose your fingers, I would remove them.
From my hand, wouldn't that be painful? And she'll like kind of move her hand back.
I may have sworn not to use malicious intent against those at the spoil, same as all of our guests. But I get a small caveat.
Oh,
Troublemakers. And he watches, he smiles, and his face is suddenly full of fangs. Troublemakers I get to throw out and
she'll
deal
kind of
with as I see
grin
fit.
and run her tongue across sharp teeth. I can have sharp teeth too.
You watch as his muscles bulge a bit. I suggest you go back to your goblin friend before I decide you are a troublemaker.
Oh, but we were just about to have fun.
The only fun here would be me making sure that your hands don't touch anything again before I throw you in the river.
You gonna tie me up?
I was thinking more that I'd like to see what your flesh tastes like.
I don't know how to take that sentence.
Take it as it is meant, both a threat and a warning.
Not
And
a promise.
he empties the wine onto the floor, puts the goblet on a passing tray, turns and walks away.
And as he does that, and she looks down at the puzzle, she's just like, that gives me an idea. And she's gonna trip and spill her wine all over him.
Go ahead and make a
But
sleight of
sprawl
hand
on the
check.
floor as if she's tripped on her heel and then be like,
Yeah,
my ankle.
Make a sleight of hand check.
24.
24. You do this and you make it look believable, but even better than that, you spill the wine into his tail. And you watch as the red slowly dyes the white fur pink. And you
she'll
see
kind
him
of
turn,
she'll kind of
look.
I am so sorry. My heels, I'm not used to them.
You can see he knows exactly what you did, but everyone else around you is tittering, and someone comes to help you up.
Oh,
And you
thank you,
can
darling.
see the fox matron in the corner just like her eyes are like laughing uproariously, but she's just she's got a fan and is hiding her mouth behind it, and it's just you see the edges of a sharp tooth smile as she nods at you.
She'll like fan herself and then cover hers, but then make eye contact and just be like, I got you, sis.
You watch as the pack alpha he goes storming off towards the river, obviously intent on cleansing his tail.
He's going to the river. She'll hide.
Anyway,
there you go. I delivered. I embarrassed
Yep.
the wolf boy. There we go.
Yep. Moving back to Yarissa.
Is it me or is it Pab?
Well, shall we move to Padsby and Idaris?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've not had a go for a little while.
Yeah.
Mine's fairly simple, or at least I think it's fairly simple. I've got this wine. I have exited the building. I'm going around the outside of the building, and as I do so, I take 2 scoops of the special magic happy time powder and put that into the wine.
Okay. Oh, it's not
And shake
wine.
it.
You pull it open and you sniff it, and it's like a rice liqueur. It's like rice. It's like sake almost.
That's fine. I'm not trying to like be malicious or like try and cause like undue harm to the individual
It
I'm
doesn't
about to
matter
give it
for
to.
us. We didn't make
I'm-
promise.
You're gonna
I'm
fuck with the
trying
kids.
to make her probably loosen her morals and limits a little bit when I give it to her.
Okay.
Mix that in with the wine, and then I am seeking out the fox lady, and
Okay.
I am going
Abby's
to.
getting into the party with.
Yeah, well, I've got the wine for the party. Like that's what I did.
Just to verify, is this secret happy time, toilet happy time, or secret happy time?
No, not toilet.
Is this
No.
the catnip stuff?
This is the catnip slash
Yeah.
doobie
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Potential narcotics.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm only mixing like what would be two. He said 1/6 of it would be good for
Yeah.
one spliff or one
Yeah.
like mixed with tobacco. I figured
Yeah.
2 amounts of that mixed with the wine would be about the same.
Okay. Yeah.
And yeah, I'm just gonna be like, here's your wine. I'm gonna try and seek her out and go.
Okay.
Here's what
Moving
you've
into the
requested."
party, you see that man with what you now think is like a man with a pink tail storming off out of the eastern side towards the river. As you come up beside her, and she is just like carefully hiding a bunch of chuckles behind her fan. And as you go to like tap her, one of her tails just immediately whisks out and like presses against your lips. As she turns and looks at you and goes, "Oh, well, aren't you the dearest little thing? No wonder the cat spirits have been all in an uproar. It's a good thing they weren't in heat. Otherwise, you may not have made it out of the town alive."
Others just like watching nervously from the sides, like, oh fuck, what's he doing in here?
They were definitely helpful in as much as I asked them to be.
She reaches out, plucks the bottle, uncorks it, sniffs it, and goes, "And you've brought me an interesting gift. Now, this
Well-
should be fun." And you watch as she flicks her tail down to your crotch and then up as she stalks away.
Yes,
And she walks straight up to Feng Lang. "Feng, darling, I know Big Bad Wolf has been mean, but here, why don't we share a drink?"
Oh fuck!
And she starts escorting Feng
no.
Lang off deeper into the party.
Oh no.
Well, that's not what I planned.
Love
it
this is
worked.
gonna like come up to you and be like, "What are you doing?"
Having
Like,
just taken 2 seconds, like 10 seconds to like readjust myself, realize where I am, what just
Readjust
happened.
yourself, eh?
I'm guessing I would have seen the wolf guy storming off.
Yep.
At this point, where is the person that's dealing with the drinks out on the out in the area that I'm in?
There are
Who's dealing with mead?
multiple waiters moving around with
How would you
various
know
different
about
drinks.
the mead?
Well, I would assume that he did. I see him throw the wine down as I was approaching
No,
that
you
area.
got here just as he was
you'd have
leaving.
no knowledge of the
You have
conversation she's had about
You have
mead.
no knowledge or anything about that.
Okay, I will just stay in the area and kind of try and join the rotation of going to a certain area, picking up drinks, handing out drinks.
You can see that the drinks, they're all going through some screens on the western side and then going down the path to the servants' quarters to pick up drinks.
Okay, I'm going to match that pattern then.
Okay.
And just try and
As you're
follow what
walking
everybody's doing.
away, you feel a presence inside your mind, and you hear a voice go, "Word of warning, don't ever try to trick a kitsune. It doesn't work."
Okay. Worth knowing.
Just got on
Anyway.
her good books, damn it.
Oh, you're still in the good book because you've just given her another way to trick this party.
Okay.
Because
Oh.
she's
Oh,
not
she
allowed
likes
to do
mischief.
anything malicious. to
So we
anyone
can give
anyone
her
else.
the
But
opportunity.
you've given her a
to-
tool
yeah.
that she could pretend she knew nothing about.
Yeah,
Mhm.
there's loopholes.
Yes.
Correct.
She's a fae. She knows what she's doing.
Loopholes everywhere.
Anyway, Idaris, what are you doing?
Sure. So after taking the stopped, nothing's happened in here.
No.
Mm. I would leave here then and
Yep.
probably see what's about at the front. This
Yep.
kind of direction.
Okay. So glancing around the front, you see that the veranda extends along the front. Those two guys aren't there. They're actually outside. I just had to put them somewhere on the map.
Oh, sure.
So you can see the front gate. You can hear outside the revelry and the sound of two people talking. You can see the front door to the mansion here. Or you can see if you continue along the veranda, you eventually would reach the end of the river where the pool is.
Mm. How easy would it be to get on top of the building? And how, like, is it a flat roof or?
It's a think like Chinese style roof, so it's a sloped slate roof.
Mm.
So you would be able to move around on top of it easily enough.
What was it made of? Tiles or?
Yeah, the roof is made of like slate tiles, but the walls are made out of wood, like a lacquered wood.
Sure, that's not quite what I was hoping for. I'll probably just try and make it across to the other side to.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
16.
16. You make your way along, carefully choosing your boards. Couple creak here and there, but they're quiet enough that you think you've avoided any sort of detection. No one calls out. You don't hear any doors or windows opening. Most of the sound of the nearby street actually seems to cover most of your movement, so you get to the other end easily enough.
And what was that building? It was the last
You were told it's some sort of bathhouse.
Mm. Sure.
I would say,
I'll move up to there.
yeah, I would say as you're moving up to there, it's probably about this point. Shield, are you exiting the shrine at this point?
Yeah, coming out the same way that I came in.
Yeah, so you would, as you're just like coming up to the bathhouse door, which is up here, you would probably just like catch the crunch of gravel as Shield just sort of like shimmies out from under the shrine. His hand's slightly mangled, but he's there.
Oh no! There's just no sound because
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
still in the path without a trace. I'd probably see Idaris
Idaris,
first.
yeah.
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 And then I would subtly make myself known to him. It'd probably just sort of like as like the pass without a trace sort of like shifts and stuff like that. You just see like the flash of like the lights that keep my eyes as they disappear.
So yeah, you two are there in that sort of
Yeah.
walkway area between the.
This is where the stone sound came from, isn't it?
The stone grinding on stone. You would now notice,
Yeah.
Shield, sort of glancing around. You'd seen this pagoda before. There's something slightly
Yeah.
different about it now.
Which bit?
Like there's
Sorry.
this pagoda over here in the
This
corner.
one here.
Yeah, looks
Yeah.
different from what you remember.
Okay. Yeah, catching Adaris's attention, I will gesture towards the pagoda and silently start making my way across.
Okay.
Keeping myself hidden.
Yep.
As best I can.
As you drift across, there's no people around, and as you reach the pagoda and sort of step onto it, you can see what was once a mural of a yin-yang symbol of a black fox and a white wolf is now a set of descending spiral stairs leading down into the ground.
Done for making progress, guys.
It's only taken us
Most of the session.
Yeah.
most of the session. Oh.
But yeah, Shiel and Adaris, you would assume this is probably the entrance to the vault.
Yeah. Are we going?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. In the meantime, Eurissa.
Yeah. While she was waiting to hear any kind of commotion, everything that she's established isn't trapped. She's going to have a search through just in case there's anything that can maybe help her untrap.
Okay.
This, yeah.
So you look around, and most of the cupboards are filled with either clothing, costume jewelry, like various hobby supplies, things like fans. You can see what looks like calligraphy supplies. There's one obviously that contains like the futon, the bed itself, and then there is that small personal shrine that has 2 sticks of lit incense on either side of a black framed picture of a man. You would assume either a lover or a sibling of some kind of Feng Lang, but you're not certain. The wooden chest is locked, as is the black iron chest. And you know that the black iron chest is trapped with the glyph.
Yeah.
You get the feeling you could probably break the wooden chest if you needed to.
I'm going to try and do it as quietly as possible.
Okay. So go ahead and roll me a strength check.
Straight strength. I'm not very good at that, but let's give it a go. Okay, the thing I'm not good at.
Okay. You carefully pick the chest up and sort of grab the futon, wrap it around it to muffle the sound, and then you stamp on it. It's just this quiet sound of breaking wood, and as you unwrap the futon and open it up, you see gold, silver, jade. You count it out, probably about 500 gold pieces worth of jewellery here.
Nice. I'll write that down somewhere.
Yep.
One day I'll actually remember to put a notebook next to my desk.
Do you
My problem is I put a notebook there, but I forget the pen.
Yeah. So 500 was it?
Or just forget that it's on the desk.
Well,
I do that.
I remember the pen, just not the notebook.
I remember that I need both and then deliver none.
I have the notebook, and it has a lot of notes already in it.
I just use Word.
I've just used my phone.
Well, normally I'd have it, but I don't have a section set up for the one shot. I've only got the main campaign and David's.
I don't really know what to do about this chest. I was kind of hoping that there'd be some like commotion to get rid of everyone out the house, and she'd actually risk just setting off the trap.
I kind of nearly had a fight, but decided not to mess with Wolf Daddy.
Yeah. I think she's
not too
gonna
much anyway.
Back to these doors and have another listen.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll perception check.
Perception. Fuck's sake.
Oh my God.
Sort of listen in.
House is definitely passing gas.
For this one, you actually hear muffled voices.
Okay. It's probably
You
coming from
can't-
outside, though.
You can't count how many, but there's definitely people in there having a conversation.
Okay. And she'll go back down to this one again, just to make sure that...
Make another perception check.
Oh, come on, guys! Seriously! Tonight, what the fuck?
What?
Again, you hear sounds,
is-
but again, you're not sure whether it's movement or the creaking of the wood settling or...
Who's hiding Will Wheaton in their
sound.
house? Like, what's
Not
going
guilty.
on? This is like the Will Wheaton
that's
curse.
crit dice theory. That's crit dice theory. Like everything crits. Crits up, crits down. Everything's
I
crit
can't
dice
even
theory.
Get out! Like I can't even abandon it.
I mean, you are still invisible.
We
I am
are
still invisible,
clueless
so what
idiots in this
I am
session.
going to do is, because this is a paper slidey door, I'm going to open it a crack and peer
Yeah.
through.
As you peer through, you see in the front a statue of a man dressed in armor wielding what looks like a sword.
Oh,
And
he's
you can
fucking
just
huge!
see
Sorry.
You can just see through its legs, stood in front of it, another one of those martial artists, currently just sort of stood going through what looks like a kata of some kind.
Some kind of Tarrasque level monster then.
No, that is just a statue.
That thing's huge.
Tarrasque is in the vault.
Yeah, he's sleeping, waiting for us to wake it up, yeah.
I'm... now I know that there's someone there, I know I can't get away with opening that chest without making a noise. So I think I'm going to have to abandon it for now.
Okay.
Slide through very quietly. So
Yeah.
not even open the door fully, but just like...
Go ahead and roll me stealth with advantage, because you are currently invisible.
That's a bit better.
You
Okay.
slip through with barely a whisper of sound, and this monk-like man doesn't appear to pay any attention to you.
And I'm just going to keep going round to this door.
Yep.
And hopefully just open it slightly, have a quick look through.
You have a quick glance inside and you see what appears to be some form of sitting room, like formal meeting room sort of thing.
Cool. I will slide through again. Close
Yep,
the door
with that
very
22
quietly.
stealth, easy enough to do.
And I'm basically going to do rinse and repeat until I get out of this side door.
Yeah, do you want to check anything in that?
Page 2 of his notes.
Do you want to check anything in that room?
I'm
Or-
probably gonna be looking around it just because I just don't want to get caught.
Okay, go ahead and make a quick investigation check. Or perception, your choice.
Well, the way perception's been, but I'm going to give it a go, surely. Fuck's sake.
Seriously?
Nine.
Nope.
You
Nope.
see there's a couple of like what look like expensive bottles of alcohol, like what looks like a couple of packs of like easy to put in bowl treats, rice crackers, that sort of thing, but nothing draws your attention. Shifting that door open slightly, you hear the trickling of water and you see two of those shrine maidens knelt on pillows, eyes closed, seemingly meditating. They do not appear to have noticed your approach or your presence.
They're going to know I'm here because I'm going to go through the door.
Where's the thing on?
The door's trapped, isn't it?
Why?
You are unsure.
I'm going to risk it for a biscuit.
Okay, so you slip
At,
over.
at this point, with the way the
that
dice
door.
are going, just YOLO.
I can't
Just
afford
YOLO.
to do anything else, yeah.
So you slide that door open, and do you slip out?
Yep.
As you slip out, you see as one of the shrine maidens sort of looks up, and then sort of comes over to the door, and you're sort of stood there frozen. They look straight through you, and just slide the door closed.
And then as the door closes, I breathe out, have a good look around.
And it's at this point you would probably just about be able to spot Shiel and Adaris over at this pagoda, slowly descending a set of steps.
And I basically head towards them.
Okay.
Tell us about it.
How was she
No.
gonna? She's a ranger. She doesn't have message. She doesn't have any way of telling
I
us,
have
and we're both in the
nothing.
party.
I know. I'm just like.
We're just gonna have
Alright.
to deal with it.
So, Loveless and Padsby, have you got anything else you want to do, or shall I move?
I'm
Back to
just
that other
trying
group.
not to cause trouble at this point and blow it for the rest of them, because I know that the Kitsune lady knows that they're here, so she's just sticking around to keep her happy in the hopes that she'll delay telling the
Yeah.
lady that they're here.
Padsby, what about you?
I don't know. There's part of me that wants to go back and say that the wine is gone and another bottle will be needed. In fact, I'll probably do that because I have handed over the bottle of wine. So at some point, a second bottle will be needed. So I will probably go back to that door and repeat
Yeah, that
what I did before.
is easy enough. He again goes and fetches another bottle, gives it to you, but then again escorts you back out.
Yeah, and knowing that I can't hand it to anybody, I'm just going to pour it around the outside of the building.
If it's
Okay.
expensive wine, you could just nick it. Just bail out now.
No,
Or
I'm
at,
thinking
or at
about
this point,
something...
just drink it.
I'm thinking of something much more destructive.
Oh, accelerant. Right, I see where you're going.
Yeah. At the moment, I'm just like, I am going to around the edge of the building, just like, yeah.
Okay. All right. Whilst you're doing that, we'll move to the other group.
I was going to say, on the plus side, technically, Padsby doesn't actually know where Eurissa actually went.
So he's potentially going to be, I'm just
Yeah.
going to burn down the building that I last saw Eurissa in.
No, he
Yeah.
didn't see me in it.
No, he didn't even know.
I was
Oh,
stood
yeah.
outside.
She took
So he
invisibility
doesn't-
So he
before
must
she
be
even
thinking,
went
where the
in.
fuck did she go? I thought we were in this
Yeah.
together.
Yeah.
No.
He's probably stood there going, "Where's Eurissa? Yes, where's Adaris? They both just
Where's
vanished."
everyone? The only person he knows the whereabouts of is Loveless.
Okay. So, as
Oh, shit.
Shiel, Adaris, and the still invisible Eurissa
Mhm.
go down the stairs descend roughly 60 feet underground, and you eventually come down into a small chamber with a door.
Hmm. So now what are you two going to do?
As you
Jump
hear
out
this
of
voice
us.
Die of
Yeah.
a heart attack, apparently.
This voice from thin air.
Oh, hello, Eurissa. I wondered who was behind us.
Ah, hello, Shiel. You look a little damp. See which way you came in.
Yes, it's taking a little while to drain from the system.
She's a leg. Good news. I think I found where the journal is. Bad news is it's trapped,
It's not a
and I can't
surprise.
open it.
Oh well, I believe we found the vaults anyway, so we don't technically need
Right.
the journal.
Yeah.
Technically, we did promise it. He gave us the information, but fuck it, we'll.
He didn't tell us where the vault was.
We
We
said
found us
we'd
on
try.
our own.
Yeah, we
Didn't say
talked him
Yeah.
into giving us a vague outline that didn't require a promise, so technically I don't think we actually owe him anything.
Mhm.
Mm. I was going to say, I thought the phrasing was he'd give us a little bit more information on the promise that we would try and get it.
Would,
Mm.
yeah, the promise that you would try and get it, not that you would get it.
Yeah.
You
And we
tried
didn't
to get it, you
sign
couldn't
anything.
get it.
We didn't sign
Yeah.
any contracts either, so it's not even
Yeah.
binding.
Cool. Let's abandon it then. That's fine. I'm out.
Yep.
Is this a thick vault door that's impossible
No,
to get through?
this looks like a wooden door.
Sure. Traps.
Yeah, go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Can I help?
Oh,
Yeah, you could assist.
Worst
So-
in the world.
Either roll your own or give advantage.
Not that it was any help.
Okay. So, looking over the door, you see it is locked. There appears to be a lock in the middle of the door. You can't tell if it's trapped or not.
Of course we can't. I just feel like if this is the vault, it's gonna be trapped. We just don't know how.
Well, I think Shield triggered the trap, to be honest. Not that we know. About.
Looking at his hand, yeah. What happened?
I found the button that opened the stairs down. Apparently, I am not as good as everyone else is searching for traps. The button bit my hand.
Okay. Are we just gonna YOLO it?
Yeah.
Fuck it at this point. Who cares? Let's just do this.
If we die, we die.
I mean,
We die. We
don't-
die. YOLO.
Don't have to be stealthy, and it's only a bet between them. We just get in and see if we can get out. And then if we don't, we just go, it's just a bit of a game.
We give
we played a
best
game.
effort. We signed a contract to say we gave our best effort.
Yeah, not that we had to succeed, just that we
Yeah.
had to do our best.
So,
Do any
What are
of
you all
you have
doing?
Do your
methods
best.
of
That's all
opening
you
the
can
door?
do, guys.
If it's locked, then I can try and pick it.
okay.
It's
As you go
maybe
to
more
try and pick the
suitable.
lock, that's when as you go to insert the lock picks and you begin to fiddle, you suddenly realize, oh, this isn't a lock. This is fake. And as you realize that, you feel something click inside the lock, and you all watch as the stairs behind you rise back up, sealing you inside as small holes
Hi,
appear in the
guys.
wall, and gas begins to filter into this sealed chamber.
Shit.
For those of you who need to breathe, you can attempt to hold your breath, but you will have your con modifier plus a minute of time before you have to take a breath.
I will
So-
try to. Yeah.
So you are now on a bit of a time crunch to try and figure out a way through this door, or to do something about this gas.
I am going to look around to see if there's anything to stop
Roll
gas.
perception or investigation.
So
Perception.
was it just the lock that was fake, or the door
The
itself?
lock was fake. The door was not, but the door is still locked.
Well, am I glad I'm in the ballroom?
So,
Fine.
looking around you, Rissa, you can see the holes where the gas is coming from. You're able to identify each of them. They look like they might be able to be plugged if you have something to plug them with, which will
Hell,
stop
I
the gas.
will plug them with my own clothes if I have
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
rip up your clothing, yep, you start plugging up the holes.
Yeah.
I would say within a minute you get probably a quarter of the holes.
Cool.
Idaris, what are you doing in this first minute?
Crowbar.
Okay,
Yeah, I was going to say crowbar.
Trying to get the door open.
okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead
So
and roll.
was crowbarring.
Go ahead and roll athletics.
Well, to be honest, I'll probably pull out the crowbar and hand it to Shield, because
Okay.
I've got it, but I can
Yeah.
barely fucking use it.
Athletics
Oh,
then.
I'm
please,
much the
Shield.
same. It's advantage.
Wait,
isn't it, for
don't
crowbar?
we guys have
crowbar advantage.
We have flashbacks, don't we?
I was going to allow flashbacks, but then you guys took the 2 days to actually do prep, so
Oh,
I
okay.
took it away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just
Uh,
checking.
The door creaks and like moves a bit, but it's still wedged in the frame. The lock's still holding. That's the first minute
Okay.
gone. Second minute. Marissa?
Keeping that crowbar in place, I'm going to take my crowbar
Yep.
and add extra.
Okay.
For
So
each process.
athletics with advantage plus 5, I will say.
Thank God.
The door cracks and is now like it's starting to open, but it's still not fully there. You think it needs one more good shove. Eurissa, are you plugging more holes?
I've probably turned around to see what Shield's doing, and I'm probably going to give him a hand.
Okay. So final go. Advantage, athletics plus, this time plus 8.
So is it
Now
me
that
that's...
Eurissa's joining him. It's
So,
Shield doing
okay,
it, but
Shield.
you guys are basically like assisting.
Random
Like you're like
question.
pushing on the door.
Anything on fire being on the outside, would that make any difference to this?
No.
Okay.
Probably not, because it's a
No.
different building.
You find you
26.
manage to give enough force, and the door slams open, and you are quickly able to make your way through, pushing it back closed, blocking out the gas. As you all take a couple of seconds to take breaths, allow yourself to breathe. You hear from the other side the gas slowly stop, but the stairs do not redescend. You are now sealed in the vault unless you find
A way out. Yeah.
a way out, or some way to re-trigger the stairs from this side. You find yourselves now. I now need to move the map, but only 3 of you are there, so I'm going to have to delete some tokens.
I'll just be over here. I'm gone.
Yeah.
I can't take her off screen, so you'll have to do it.
Yeah, I'll just move pad speed down to the south, down there. There we go.
We'll
So,
just be down
before-
here. We're not here. We're not
You
here.
can see this corridor, 50 foot long and 20 foot wide, is covered in tatami mats. And all along the walls are images of kitsunes watching and snarling at you from the frescoes.
Okay, shall we just check everything for traps now?
Getting Mad
Yes.
Mage vibes from this corridor,
Mm.
man.
You never know.
So, looking around and glancing.
Ignore that, I was clicking.
Oh, god damn it! You
Oh.
wasted a nat 20 on a misclick.
Yeah,
Looking around and
that's
looking-
20 on a misclick.
Everything looks normal as
Oh,
far as you're
God.
able to tell, Eurissa.
I mean, at least you rolled double digits on that investigation. That's
Yeah.
more than we've rolled all fucking night.
Yeah. Oh,
Can I
perception points supposed to be
focus
good
more
at.
specifically on if there's a particular path, like if there's if some of the boards are
Worn.
like hollow, if they're like
Make a perception
pit,
check.
and if some of them are more solid.
Make a perception check.
Can you just
Or
take my
investigation,
perception
your
check?
choice.
No.
No.
Oh.
15.
Investigation. Everything looks normal. You sort of tap on a few of them from where you stood. They all make the same sound.
Cool.
I'm going to take the dodge action
Yeah.
and then just slowly start working my way through.
Okay. If you'd like to move your token to where you step first.
Okay.
You don't have step of the wind or anything, do you? At level 5?
No, that's
I don't-
just
that's
literally
not
just
level
going to
5,
give
is
me
it?
the dodge
Right.
check.
Shield, I need you to make me a dex saving throw.
Oh god.
This would be at advantage, wouldn't it? Because I'm
Yes,
dodging
because
as
you
well.
took the dodge action, yeah.
Yeah. Thank God.
22. You feel the floor beneath you suddenly shimmer and become intangible, and you quickly sort of quickly brace your feet at the edges, and you look down and you see a pit below you as the illusion that had been over it fades.
Okay.
You do not fall, however. You manage to remain upright.
Well,
Is there anything particular about the paintings?
Just a bunch of kitsunes snarling and growling at you.
Right. Are they all unique or all pretty much the same image?
They all look different. There's ones with one tail, ones with 2, 3, 4. No 5-tailed ones here, though.
At this point, I'm literally just going to take out I'm not willing to use my sword on this bit, but I'm going to take out like a small like hammer for pythons,
Yeah.
and then just casually just tap at the floor in front of me.
As you tap at the floor in front of you, taps like floor.
Okay.
Specifically when you step on them.
Probably a
It's-
weird thing.
Yeah, I'm checking to make sure because this first one was illusion.
Yeah, that's
With
pretty
you.
much what I was checking as well, to see if there was
Yeah.
that was.
Yeah, there's a thing about
Okay.
Kitsune illusions. They're a lot
the
more
spider
powerful.
climbing potion?
Yeah.
I do still have the climbing potion.
I'm just thinking if the floor's not safe.
Who wants to take it? Who's going to be the best one to take it? She's going to
Probably
offer
me.
it. Well, not that anyone can see me. She can just hear. Everyone can just
Oh,
hear.
of course
my
it lasts for an hour,
Yeah.
isn't it? It's not gonna. You can't just drop it, can you?
voice. No.
If she
Uh,
takes an attack action or something, then it will break it.
Yeah.
Just punch you in the face and then you drop it.
I'm just gonna
Sorry, I
stay
just needed to be
invisible
visible.
for now.
I'd probably be best because I can probably get over there faster.
Yeah. So
Yeah, don't much it.
Eurissa will give the potion to Shield. Say, I bought this. It might come in useful. The spider climb.
Okay. As you feel
Okay.
something in your hand, and as Eurissa's hand pulls away, it reveals itself from invisibility to be that potion of like sticky white substance.
Sticky
Okay.
white substance.
Is there anywhere on the doors where we could potentially tie a rope?
Glancing across at the next door, it is the same sort of wooden door. You could maybe try and tie ropes to the handles.
Yeah, so I'm going to do that. Then drink the spider climb potion.
Yep.
And wall run above the Kitsune pictures.
Yep.
Naruto
You-
run. Come on.
You
Yeah,
run along the wall and the ceiling, quickly reaching the other side with the rope
and
that is
then
attached to the door.
utilizing the door as extra support. I'm going to provide like a climbing support for the guys
Yep.
to come across.
Okay.
Okay.
I should have added Mission Impossible music to this.
So, clinging to the rope
Copyright,
and making your way across,
unfortunately.
it is easy enough as each time a tatami mat vanishes beneath your feet to keep yourself up using the rope, and you make your way across. Probably if you took the most middle route, you probably would have felt tatami mats vanish beneath your feet about 4 or 5 times as you went across.
Okay.
And each time you did, each pit had different sounds and smells coming out of it. One smelt very acrid, another smelt oily, another had a puff of that same gas from the first place coming up. Another just sounded deathly silent as you went over it.
No, bottomless pit, vat of acid,
Mhm.
vat of oil that you
That was the
drown
silent
in.
one.
Yeah.
Ooh, nasty.
Was there any correlation between the number of tails and which position the mats fell away in?
No, it wasn't.
I don't know.
Was there a correct way to walk across this hallway?
Mm.
There
Not
was.
die?
Absolutely was.
Like, was
There
there a
was-
pattern
there
that we
was-
missed, or some clue?
There was an actual path you could have taken across, but
Yeah.
It was probably trial and error unless you specifically knew it beforehand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this was essentially the glass game,
Yeah.
the glass bridge.
Yeah.
Mm.
But we're over.
We're over.
but yes, you've gotten over.
Okay.
So you untie the rope from the door, or do you leave it tied on?
We can't because it means it's
Uh,
back, doesn't it?
True.
Mm.
It's like shield's attached to it, ain't it?
Yeah.
No, I use doors on both sides, so
Oh,
in
yeah,
order
yeah.
to actually open this door, we're going to have to untie it from this door anyway.
Yeah.
Actually, no, just in case we need the rope again, yeah, I'm going to untie it, run across the wall,
Mm.
untie it, run back across the wall.
Okay. Easy enough to do.
Might as well make use of that
Yeah.
hour you got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So shall we check for traps?
Go ahead and roll investigation.
19.
Looking at this door, it is not locked and not trapped.
Why do I not trust you?
I mean, he's the DM. we fuck his plans up. Is you know, sometimes
It's like
he's got to get that revenge.
I mean, it's the
sometimes, you know?
highest roll, so I like. And he didn't say the words.
It is not
To
locked
you.
and it is not trapped.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he didn't say
happy?
to you. It appears
It's
to not
just
be
a
locked.
chair.
It's
It's
just a
that
door.
thing, isn't it? It's a door. Can I make out with a door? No, it's a door.
I believe it's not trapped, so I'm gonna open the door.
You push it open and you see a set
And
of
a spike
stairs
goes through your face.
descending roughly 20 feet down into what looks like a natural cavern.
Oh, okay. This is interesting.
Minecraft.
That's a creeper.
Okay, again, 2 people are not there.
Yep,
So
we're not here.
Okay.
We're not here. Lovelace, and Catboy are not here. We'll
yeah,
just
Loveless
be
and
down.
Pansy.
We'll just move
Loveless and
ourselves.
Pansy are enjoying a nice party right now.
Yeah, come on,
No,
Pansy. Get down into the
Or a
corner with me. Come
bonfire.
on, let's go.
I'm gonna
What
ask
I am
now.
doing
Is
is
it a forest?
after I've traced the edge of the building with the wine, I backtrack a little bit and trace the wine back to where my flamethrower is
Mhm.
in the forest. But then I have a look around to see if I can spot any cat spirits that are around me, coming up to me. And if not, I start going,
Oh,
trying to
it's
like
supposed to call cats. It's a thing on
to
TikTok.
call
Yeah.
cats towards me.
Okay, so you're doing that.
Also,
Meanwhile-
dumb question, because Padsby is technically outside. Would he have heard the pagoda shutting?
No, because he's on
I'm
the other
far
side
away.
of the
He
main
wasn't.
house.
Yeah.
He wasn't anywhere near that side.
You only
Yeah.
heard
I
it 'cause
heard
you were in the
nothing.
shrine. You were nearby.
Yeah.
Okay, so you 3 enter into a circular room that has been designed to look like a natural cave. The walls are covered in ivy and moss, and the ground is covered in thick ferns and slippery moss, along with bones and carrion mixed in amongst the plants on the floor.
I'm very
Still
concerned
not
about
a
how
forest.
large that spinal cord is in the
You
bottom.
can see a door on this side of the room. It does. As you look at it, you can see that there is a carving of a bone-like snake going across both sides of this double door, sort of like S-ing between them. That is the only thing you can see in this room currently.
I'm gonna do it. Investigation. I'm checking for. Oh.
You go over, you sort of look around. Door doesn't appear to be trapped, but it is definitely locked.
This is some kind of curse, man. Like, what the fuck?
So at this point, a
I
voice
hate this
echoes out, all from seemingly from everywhere in this room. Who is this? Who comes into Hang Tong's den? Hang Tong has not had visitors in a while.
Are you thief? Schmaug vibes.
And who is? I've already forgotten his name. This is how my brain.
Hang Tong.
Hang Tong.
Hang Tong.
Hang Tong is guardian, is keeper.
He's best boy. Sorry.
You happy to have a chat?
Of course. Hang Tong can open the door if intruders will answer his riddles.
Here we go. Riddles.
I'm so glad Reese is with you right now.
Okay.
Very well. Riddle 1. In the place people lie and people cry, Here the people all ask why. In this place the people sleep, and the people weep. People's solitude they keep. What is this place?
Presumably a graveyard.
Correct. And you watch as on that western door, part of the Naga
You are
skeleton
something else,
lights
Reese.
up.
You're just amazing.
Next riddle. 2 girls ate dinner together. They both ordered the same iced drink. One girl drank them very fast and had finished 5 in the time it took the other to drink just 1. The girl who drank 1 died, while the other survived. All of the drinks were poisoned. How is this possible?
I've heard that one before. If someone else wants to give it a go.
We said this at work, didn't I? And you were like saying, "How do I come up with a riddle that Reese won't bloody know?" And I said,
Yeah.
"It's impossible."
Do we get a chance to listen to it again?
2 girls ate dinner together. They both ordered the same iced drink. One girl drank them very fast and had finished 5 in the time it took the other to drink just 1. The girl who drank 1 died. The other survived. All of the drinks were poisoned. How is this possible?
The poisons in the ice, it didn't have a chance to melt.
Correct. The second part of the
I'm
Naga
proud of
skeleton
myself that
on
I
the door
figured that out too. Yay!
comes up. Final riddle. I am scary, and when you have more of me, you will see only less. What am I?
Repeat it.
I am scary, and when you have more of me, you will see only less. What am I?
Darkness.
I think so.
I don't know.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
But I'm not there.
Darkness.
Correct. And the final part of the snake
Oh!
skeleton lights up, and you watch as those doors swing open into a pitch black darkness beyond.
I normally struggle with riddles, so I'm quite
My
proud of myself
mind
on that
went
one.
to darkness. I did not think it was that simple, though.
It was
My
the
mind
trick
went to
That's the
question.
darkness.
thing.
I was
That's
like,
the thing with like
Yeah.
with riddles is you
The
never know
answer's
what's the clue
often
is.
quite
Yeah.
simple, so that you.
It was the
you
change in
skip
wording
over it.
So
throughout
that
the
you
thing.
overthink
Much.
it. Yeah.
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 We love
Oh.
you, Reese.
Reese is the
Uh,
riddle master, man. He's the riddle master.
And
Well-
Aaron for working out the other one.
Mm.
I figured out the ice cube one.
Yeah.
I just
You're not here.
couldn't participate. So
I wasn't here either, but I had to like just be like, I think it's darkness because I was so proud of myself.
Mm.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
we'll
think
make
we're
to
winning.
leave.
Yeah.
Say it was nice to meet you. There were some interesting riddles. I wouldn't mind coming back sometime.
I look forward to it.
Don't know if I'll be allowed. I might piss off the master, but
Are you stepping through the door?
I'm checking for traps.
Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
I quit.
Yeah. The doorway doesn't appear to be trapped, but past that you can tell that this is a darkness spell beyond it.
Okay.
So you cannot see beyond the doorway, but you can tell there is like space there. There is
Yeah.
something there.
anyone got true sight
No.
well, bit of
No.
blind sight. But
or blind sight?
It's the only
Does blind
downside
sight
about the
work with
shadow
magical
monk.
darkness? Does that work with magical darkness, or is that just natural darkness?
What's that?
Dark vision doesn't,
Blind
but blind
sense.
sight does.
Blind
Yeah.
sight, sorry.
I can cast it myself. Can't do anything
Mm.
about it.
Yeah, venture forward then,
Okay.
slowly and carefully.
As you all venture
Yeah.
into the darkness beyond the doorway, you hear from behind you Hang Tong go, They were nice. Shame they'll be flat soon, as the doors slam shut behind you,
I didn't think of asking
and you are
him.
all sat in darkness as you hear
Fantastic.
as
And this
for
is
a
where it
moment nothing seems to happen, and then you realize you can now feel the ceiling pressing against whoever the tallest of you is his head as the ceiling
That
begins
would
to
probably
descend.
be me.
So
Did
I'm
I-
basically the minute the
Sorry.
door shut, would have been like circulating the walls, looking for a door.
Yeah.
When
You-
I said I was trying to call spirits towards me, did I succeed in any of that? Because I would have sent their help towards my friends.
Okay. So you probably would have succeeded in calling cat spirits, but they're cat spirits. You can't
Yeah.
order them around that easily. They also don't know where your friends are or what your friends look like. So you try and give them orders, and they just sort of look at you and then like vanish off and then reappear with like dead mice for you and things like that.
Fair. I thought I'd give it a chance.
It was worth
That's
a
what
shot.
I was trying
but
to do earlier. So,
Yeah.
like, trying to give them some kind of
So-
advantage or something.
Yarissa, you
Like-
quickly feel around the walls, and you quickly discern there's no door except the one you came in from. This was a trick.
There's no doors.
I am going to take my hammer and pythons
Yeah.
and just attempt to jam the ceiling from getting closer.
Gonna say, roll me. This is gonna be a dexterity check to see how quickly you can get these pythons
Yeah.
in, because you're gonna need a couple to keep this ceiling up.
I've got
Okay.
some as well, so I can help with that.
Yep. So that lowers the DC.
What is with these
I will
friggin'
say-
walls?
I will say
This
because
is just
Idaris was
insanity.
helping you roll with advantage.
Thank you.
Don't thank him yet.
Mm,
15.
15.
I mean, 10 more
You-
is better than nothing, man.
Yeah.
Quickly
Yeah.
move. You and Idaris quickly move around and like hammer pythons in, and eventually you're now bent over nearly double shield. Yarissa, you're having to like stand on your knees. Idaris, you're still fine,
Mhm.
but the ceiling has now stopped. You can hear the pythons creaking, but they're holding for the moment.
Right. Well, now that I'm on my knees, I'm probably going to check the floor and the ceiling.
Yeah.
Now I can feel both, and just use my hands to kind of try and find anything.
Okay.
A switch,
All right.
a door.
Feeling around, you eventually go back to the door you came through, and from this side there is a keyhole, which could be picked.
I'll call over to these guys and say, "There's a lock on this door. It can be picked."
Let's give it a try then.
Yep, go ahead and roll me sleight of hand.
14.
14. You sort of fiddle with it, and you can tell it's nearly there. It's so close, but you just can't quite get the last tumbler. Do you want to give it another go?
Yeah.
Go ahead, roll
Doesn't
sleight
work,
of
I'm
hand.
gonna break it down.
No, it's better.
Yeah.
20.
This time, feeling out carefully, you manage to find the right tumbler this time, and you manage to get it unlocked, and the door pushes open slightly, and this as you poke your head forward, you can now see out into this chamber again, and you can see this bone-like snake head poking up out of the foliage on the floor, looking at the door. Hang Tong is surprised. They survived.
Oh, which one's
I
the right
thought we
door?
were friends.
Hang Tong.
I understand. It's your job.
Yes. Hang Tong should really be firing lightning at you now.
Really prefer you didn't.
I'm gonna. While everyone's stood in the door speaking to Hangtong, I'm gonna literally shove everyone out of the door before this roof gives way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the pythons are still creaking. Yeah,
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
all
yeah.
quickly move
Would've
out,
stepped
back
out.
into the room. Then you watch as Hang Tong's head recedes back into the foliage, and you hear the faintest slivering sound of bones over rock. Hang Tong really should be trying to kill you now. Mistress said to attack intruders or trick them through the door.
Well, you had a choice of one or the other. You chose one. You tricked us into the door. You succeeded.
Roll a persuasion check.
God, please don't
Oh,
make anything
God.
dependent on dice. No.
6!
Six.
Can we call this just like a failed game? Just like the
And
dice are not
the
well.
dice clearly don't want us to succeed in anything tonight.
In fact, I'm at the point where Eurissa's just like, can you just kill
Can we
us?
just instantly die? That's how bad the dice have been.
That was at a -3, so it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be
You-
fair, yeah.
Shield, you feel something brush against your foot briefly before you look down and there's nothing there. Hang Tong thinks he should really try a bit harder. Unless you have something to offer, Hang Tong.
Is there anything you want?
Not really. Hang Tong is brought food. Hang Tong likes company. But other than that, Hang Tong has what he needs.
Would you like more riddles?
Hang Tong is interested.
Give me a moment to select the right one for a creature of your intelligence.
Is that a code word for let me just quickly fucking Google something?
Fucking
Fucking riddles! Give me riddles now!
I'm seeing in Shield's head like the Google and the tapping.
Is he going to click that I feel lucky, or is he going to just do
hear a
Google
dialogue
search?
from Shield.
The cogs are moving.
Oh, ask Shield.
Instead of ask Eames. Yeah.
It somewhat conflates to like a joke, and it ends up being like a warforged, a tiefling, and a halfling walks into a bar. ...
Tall I stand strong, with white hair and grey teeth. Who am I?
A mountain.
Correct.
That's an easy one.
You really just figure that out? I was like, what the? Okay. I'm clearly not cut out for
I
riddles.
think it's in Lord of the Rings. That one.
It's different in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, but it's
Mm.
similar ilk.
Fair play to pull that out, out of the head though. I love that one with the at the start of the day I stand on 4 and then
Yeah,
that one. That's one of my favourites.
the classic Sphinx riddle, that one.
Oh, that one to do with alludes to silence is the answer or something. I can't remember how the riddle goes though.
I can't think of any off the top of my head. I usually have quite a few of them.
Yeah, I can't remember any, and then I know I've heard a good one at some point, but can't recall what it was.
Hang on, I'm just gonna.
You can, because it's cheating for us if we use Google.
Piece of shit. It has to be broken before you can use it.
Silence.
No. Oh, Reese. No, not Reese.
Oh, I like
Aaron,
this
Aaron,
one.
Aaron, this one.
Yes, but
If
you
that-
guys are not here.
Yeah, I know.
I
so-
know, I've just put this one
there you
out
go.
there.
Aaron, try that one.
If the 11 plus 2 equals 1, what does 9 plus 5 equal?
Your mum. That's my answer to it.
I know the answer to this one, but I'll try it anyway. I'm tall when I'm young, and I'm short when I'm old. What am I?
feel like I should know the answer to this one.
Oh.
What's the answer? Yeah. Okay, cool.
What is
Little
it?
bit of meta.
Hang Tong is not sure. That is a good riddle. We accept it. What is the answer?
The answer is a candle.
Ah. Clever.
I think we're allowed that
You-
little Google, considering how shit the dice have been.
You watch as a bone-like tail comes out near the north wall, presses part of the stone, and you watch as a hidden door in the north wall opens.
We thank you for your time.
If you come back this way, Hang Tong will have to try to eat you.
Noted. Okay, check for traps.
Okay.
In case it's another
You-
death corridor. This time with
Not,
lasers.
You step into a new corridor, the door not closing behind you, but you can like sort of push it closed.
please.
sorry.
Please.
Yep, you check. Okay. As you look along this corridor, I'm going to use that for this corridor. I'm being very nice here.
Thank you.
Take pity
you
on us,
see this-
DM!
Please.
This corridor is lined with murals of wolves hunting in packs and chasing down prey. The hunt continues throughout the murals until the end of the corridor, which you can see it sort of like moves and shifts along in like a sort of like winding snake-like pattern. However, Eurissa, before you can all go too deep, you grab both Idaris and Shield and stop them. As you look up and you see in the ceiling a hole. As you look up it, you can see a large boulder with a wolf face etched into it. And a So, you can tell that no matter what, that boulder is going to activate when you reach a certain point of the corridor. And glancing down at the end, you can see the door looks locked but without a keyhole. Glancing along the corridors, you see one point in the mural is slightly raised. There is a button on a deer in the mural. As you press it, it blocks that hole, locking it closed, and you find another button on a wolf, which you press and you hear as the door clicks open at the end of the corridor.
Watch your hands. Wolf's bite.
Sorry, it's good.
Just found a boulder sound effect and you just deactivated.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm glad I finally got a crit out of that.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm just happy it's in double digits.
Rolls have been murder today.
The dice have been cruel. They have been very cruel to us tonight.
Okay.
Easy
as you-
party, you said.
Quickly make your way down the corridor and push open the door at the end. You look out into the next room, and all you can see throughout this room is traps. There are swinging logs, spinning blades, scythes swinging from the ceiling, gouts of flame coming out of the floor. Just the whole place looks to be one giant trap fest.
Is it bad? I just really want to walk into the one of them and just die.
Let's just commit seppuku at this point.
I'm gonna. Seeing as this seems to be like this lady's got to get through here, I'm gonna look for a way to deactivate them.
Okay, go ahead and roll
I'm gonna
perception or
help him.
investigation with
I'm gonna help.
advantage.
Okay. 19.
19. You start looking for some way to deactivate them, and as you do so, your foot slips and goes through a scythe blade. Through it,
Yeah.
It's not real.
It's
But
just-
then,
yeah.
as your foot slips, it catches something on the floor. And you realise, yes, there's illusions here, but there's also pressure plates on the floor. And as you quickly move back and then gently press it, you hear the shoots of air as darts fly through the air and hit where that pressure plate is.
Okay,
Okay.
so I have to traverse this corridor without hitting
Yep.
any pressure plates.
Shuffle time, baby.
Well, you've got spider climb anyway, haven't you? Still,
Yeah,
I
Spider-Man's
have,
still on.
but
yeah.
Oh, also. Yeah, with a 19. Oh, no. You're close, but not quite there.
okay.
I'll leave it for now.
I will let everyone know. I'll be like,
Yep.
be careful. There is pressure plates, but everything seems to be fake, other than where the pressure plates are.
Okay, so we will just keep our eyes on the floor as we.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Making your way through and shuffling, you are able to navigate around the various pressure plates without issue, and you make it to the other side, where a small tunnel leads through and then down into an open, roughly 20-foot circumference room with piles of gold all around the walls, and in the center, a small podium upon which sits a jade bracelet in the shape of a bone naga biting its own tail.
Check for traps.
Go ahead and roll an investigation or perception check.
um.
Can we all jump in on this one?
Yeah. Well,
Please.
Those are
Idar,
there.
Yarissa, you sort of look over everything and you sort of go, this is all fine. It's all right. Shield, you sort of glance around and again, all looks fine. Idaris, you walk up to the pedestal and inspect it, and you notice like the jade bracelet is on there, and everything looks fine. And then you sort of take another glance, and there is a small seam around the edge of the pedestal. As you sort of look, you realize it's a pressure plate, but it's a pressure plate that's already depressed.
Yep.
If this jade bracelet is removed, the pressure plate will rise and activate.
Indiana Jones.
Very
Pretty
much so.
much.
How much do you reckon that weighs?
It was made of gold and jade, wasn't it? Or is it
It's
full?
pure
pure
jade.
Jade.
So that'll be quite hefty then.
So need quite a big pile of something. Gold. Put the gold in its place.
And the water skin. It's still full. He's just been carrying around a bottle of water this whole time.
He doesn't even
That
drink
must
water.
be stagnant by now.
Hey, but it'll be heavy. Water's heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the jade bracelet can't be that heavy because she's got to wear the bloody thing. So
It's
it
easy
could
enough.
just be elemental.
yeah.
It's easy enough for you to make enough weight from the gold around you and anything you've got on you. The trick is going to be
How the fuck do we
swapping
get
it.
out as well?
Can I just deck switch it?
Roll me a sleight of hand.
Okay.
Well, I'm thinking that's you've
was
only
gonna
got
say-
one shot at that.
Just
Whereas
like,
why don't you
would
just
you-
move
off
the
camera, I
bracelet
can't
slightly
see.
and just put
Yeah.
them both on?
Well, what I'm thinking is it. Well, there's also the problem if it's a specific weight, so if it goes up or down. But if you start putting coins on as you lift up the jade bracelet just lightly, and then just keep piling them on as you're taking the weight of it, and then trying to balance
This
it.
is a game of patience.
Don't know if
I
it,
would
if it's
I would say that would be
better.
a sleight of hand with advantage if you're doing it that way.
Both
Okay.
And the
watching
DC
pedestal.
will be lowered
Yeah.
because that's very creative.
26.
Yep.
Oh, good.
26.
Oh,
Slowly
the
and
dice have
carefully,
given us
Adaris,
mercy.
you do this, and eventually you have the Jade bracelet in your hand, a small pile of gold on the pedestal, and the pressure plate has not moved.
Now we need to get the fuck out.
I
So
mean, it would depend how sensitive it was, but
Eurissa's
I'm
gonna
willing to bet
actually-
that would never actually work in practice. There's no way you could properly balance
Yeah.
it and
Yeah.
weigh it out. But
I will say with a 26 though, you manage.
Eurissa is now gonna inspect this room to see if there's any other way out.
Okay, go ahead and roll perception or investigation.
If it helps with the with some kind of fire system, there is a fire going on right now because I will have set fire to what is going on
Well,
outside.
actually, at this point, as you're about to set fire, Padsby,
Yeah.
you just hear a faint growl behind you, and a voice go, "I thought I smelled alcohol.
Oh,
What do you
shit.
think you are doing to my patron's home?"
Pink boy.
I'm carrying this to who needs to have it.
Then why you stood in front of a strange contraption when there is a trail of alcohol all around the house and leading here?
At that point, I'm not stood in front of the strange contraption.
You said you were about to set it on fire.
Yeah, I did a line and then came back. I'm not stood by the group of trees. I've just done a line and come back.
Okay, well, he's now stood next to you and is basically saying, "Why are you dumping alcohol around the house?"
It's cheap wine.
Do not think you can trick my nose. That is that wench's favorite tipple. It is
Whose
rare
wench is?
and
Who is a
the-
wench?
the matron.
Who's a matron?
Look, cat boy. You can either tell me what I want, or I get to play chase. And you watch as his features become more and more wolf-like.
Okay, what do you want? And my features become more and more aggressive, feminine. Not feminine, like
Where's the
Feline.
I become an angry woman?
feline. That's the word. The feline
This-
is the word I want.
By the way, this guy is already 7 foot tall and he's growing as he's
Yeah,
talking.
And I'm
Just
turning
a-
into an aggressive cat boy. So
So take that.
yeah,
I want to know what you are doing here in a servant's uniform away from the party,
I was asked to get this wine.
which you have
Personally-
then spilt all around the house rather than the delivering. My nose does not lie.
I am clumsy. I mean, some of us don't
It's
have pink
strange to be
tails.
clumsy, so by this point he's washed
I mean,
his
you
tail.
have a pink tail, for example. How do you explain that aside from being clumsy? If you want to put like,
Yep, he's going to
proclaim
attack
some-
you.
Oh,
that's fine.
He's already had his pride wounded.
Yep. I haven't got the right stat block for that.
I've shifted into my form, so I get my extra hit points.
Yep.
You're gonna need him, cat boy. Wait, no,
Yeah.
it's a one shot. Ben, your character has to die. Like,
Mhm.
it's canon at this point.
A lot.
It is law.
I know which stat block I'm
It
going to
is
use.
Dice and Mimics law that Ben's character must die in
Yeah.
a one shot.
So yeah, plus 6 temporary hit
So,
points.
yep. So he is going to get, at this point he has shifted
I've set
So he's
fire to
gonna
these things by now.
1
Have I?
bite. Have you activated it?
No, technically I haven't. I will probably do that in round 1.
Yep. So he is going to, that's an 18 to hit.
Yeah, that hits. I think. Just checking.
Also the fact you're wearing servant's uniform, not your armor. So,
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that
Yep.
hits.
So you take 15 points of piercing damage,
Okay.
and then you also take 6. That's
I'm gonna
9
die.
points of necrotic damage,
Yeah.
Oh man.
as well as he sinks his teeth into you, and then he's going to make a claw attack.
No con saves? Not a
Uh,
werewolf.
That is no. He's a wolf spirit. He's using a werewolf stat block, but he's not a werewolf. That's 25 to hit.
Yeah.
So you are going to take.
You know we are only level 5, right?
Oh,
And you're
yeah.
basically...
Oh yeah! You
Yeah,
just
you
literally
picked
picked a
a
fight
fight.
with a wolf spirit, dude.
I didn't
Yeah.
pick a fight. You picked a fight
That
with
is-
me.
Yeah,
You were up to no
'cause
good and you got
you've
caught.
just
That
spilled
happens.
alcohol all around the house.
Yeah.
He's
That
offended.
9 slashing damage,
Okay.
and you have to make a strength saving throw.
Saving
You
throw.
would've been better off
Right.
with the powder.
Okay.
Rather than spilling the wine, handing it out.
Do I have ability to take my potion before I take that strength saving throw?
Nope, you have to take the strength saving throw first, as he's
Okay.
basically hit you so hard he's going to knock you prone if you don't make it.
8.
You are knocked prone.
You're on your
Okay.
butt.
Okay, so that is the end of his turn. You now get your action.
I am within 60 foot of my flamethrower, so
Yep.
even though I'm on the floor, activates with the line of alcohol that I sent to it, and around the perimeter of the entire building, everything catches fire.
Yep, all catches fire. Yep, so everything catches on fire. Anything
That's
else
my
for your turn?
action, and bonus action. What can I do? Not a lot. Actually, no. Activating my flamethrower is a bonus action. So, what can I do? What can I do to annoy this person before I lose my last 3 hit points?
Oh god!
I had 33. I went down to 3. So,
Oh, wow, you got less than me.
um,
I'm just having a lovely time at the party.
Yeah, yeah.
fuck it. Thunder Wave.
Okay, that's a con save,
Con
yeah?
14. Yep.
That's a 22 con save.
Yeah, he saves.
So does he take
So-
half damage or none at all?
He takes
Yeah,
half damage and not push.
Half damage and doesn't move.
Yeah.
Yeah, he takes the 5 damage, and you watch as he like moves back. He's now like this giant, half wolf, half man, silver fur, like
Pink
long
tail.
flowing. What? Pink tail, yeah.
Pink tail.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
I will maniacally laugh, but I will also turn to the cat spirits that are around me and just be like, run, go.
Oh, they've gone. They
Yeah.
were already gone. The minute he turned up, they were gone.
Yep. Well, that's fine. I'm about to die,
okay.
so.
At the end of your turn, he's going to use 3 legendary actions to make a bite attack.
Yep.
That
Down the rest of
is
that drink, babes.
a 20 to hit, not natural.
Yeah. I have an armor class of 14, so just count them all as hits.
And yeah, minimum amount of damage is going to knock you to 0.
So,
So
it's
he
whether
knocks you
he
to
can
0,
do...
you are unconscious,
Mm-hmm.
He has to do your max hit
but he
points.
does non-lethal.
Okay.
Oh shit!
So
he's
you
very
are
alive.
just
Uh-oh.
you are just unconscious. At the party, you all see the flames begin, and then about a minute later, they just get quenched.
I think Loveless, seeing the flames, is gonna book it and leave. She's not sticking around.
Yep. Yeah,
She'll
Grizz
she'll
as
maybe
well
hang
looks to go,
around town,
"Let's go."
hoping that She'll makes it, but she's gone. She's
Yep.
not gonna stick around and get
Yep.
killed.
Meanwhile, down in the vault,
Yeah.
One of us has got to live.
with the perception of 1, you're too distracted by the shiny gold.
Yeah.
It's too distracting in this room.
We gotta go
Can I
back.
have a look around?
In this room, yeah, go ahead and roll perception or investigation.
16.
16. Moving around the room, you don't spot anything in particular, but then you realise something. Though this whole vault complex is fairly new, everything in this room is sparkling. It's been cleaned. There must be some way to access this without having to go through some of the traps. You just don't know
So-
where.
Could be something in here then.
Either in here or in one of the other rooms. You're not sure.
Hmm.
I mean, essentially, it's either this room or the last room that they're coming in through. Because if they're going through that
Snake.
riddle snake is
Yeah.
not going to just chill out with servants.
And he
Well,
said
regardless of
himself
what
that he
order
never
it's
has
given.
If it's
company.
ordered to,
Yeah.
Yeah.
especially if they're the ones bringing it food. Don't bite the hand that feeds
Yeah.
you.
If Shield says this, I'm just going to keep looking until we get out,
Yeah.
basically.
Okay.
So,
I would say everyone make me an investigation check.
I am good at investigation with my -1.
It takes you longer than you would like, but eventually
Right.
you do manage to go back to that room with all the illusions. And feeling along the wall, you eventually find a trigger. And a door opens into a long corridor that you see as you go in and sort of glance up and down it. Goes along every bit of the trapped vault that you went through. Just like there are peepholes into each of the rooms, there are switches to activate and deactivate traps.
right.
It's all there.
We found
And
the
then
debug room.
at the other end, there is a spiral staircase that leads up.
We're going.
Also, before we leave the vault, can I have pocketed a chunk of the gold?
Yeah. I would say with the amount of time you
My
spent, you can
boy.
have pocketed roughly 500 gold if you each wanted to take some. You could each gain
Yeah.
500 gold.
I was probably more focused on just the bracelet.
Yeah.
Well, I was distracted by the gold, so I couldn't find the bloody way out. So
Yeah.
might as well take some.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you quickly
I
climb
mean,
up.
if I went on a rob without stealing something for us, Loveless is going to be
Yeah.
annoyed.
Yeah,
As you-
yeah. That's my boy.
As you quickly climb up the stairs, oops, I just closed out of Roll20, but don't need it anymore. It's fine. As you quickly climb up the stairs, you find a small lever at the top, and as you pull it, you step out into a cold room. You see slabs of meat, what looks like barrels of like mead and wine. This is obviously a pantry and a cold room combined.
Let's grab.
And you can hear the bustling of a kitchen nearby, and you get the feeling you're in the servants' quarters.
I'm in ripped servants' clothes, aren't I?
Yeah.
They're ripped. Is there a sneaky way out of a window?
As you sort of like peek out of this cold room, you can see no one else in the corridor, and you can hear the bustling of the kitchen, and you can see to the other way there is a door that leads. You can see like the outside, and about 10 feet beyond that, the servants' entrance in the wall. You can see that there's a guard and a shrine maiden stood there, but they're facing out, not in.
Wait, isn't the servants' quarter right near that bamboo forest?
Yeah.
Yes. You think if you were quiet enough, you could quickly steal out, down along the wall and into the bamboo forest?
I'm gonna guess that my invisibility has dropped by now.
Yes, as
Yeah.
has the spider climb.
And that's without.
So
Yeah.
I will try and best guide people to get back into the forest and try and scuttle.
You know what?
I won't
Bear
ask
with
you
me.
to make.
Bear with me.
Won't ask you to make
I will
stealth checks.
pass. Yeah, I was going to recast pass.
Yeah.
That's
all three
with
of
pass
them
without a
generally.
trace. That's easy enough, and you quickly get
Yeah.
back, climb back over the wall, and leg it.
We're off. Yeah. We did it.
Yeah.
You return back
As
to the
you
tavern, Lovelace will be waiting
recon-
for you.
As you reconvene at the tavern, only Lovelace is there, and as you are stood there, you see as from each of your shadows, a large shadow forms, and a almost like reptilian shadow reaches out a hand to you, Idaris, and beckons.
Yeah, I'll hand over the
Your escape's
bracelet.
annoying me right now.
It takes the bracelet. You see this almost like smile split the shadow, and it reaches inside itself and pulls out a heavy sack, drops it, and gold and platinum coins spill out all over the place, along with a note that reads, "From Baron Blacktooth, with his thanks. Come by in 2 days to pick your items from the vault." And the shadow creature vanishes into the shadows, taking the bracelet with it. Meanwhile,
Just, like,
No,
dive
how
into
did
the
it-
air, like...
How
Yeah.
did it go?
So
You-
is there... Yeah.
eventually awaken in a room. You are tied up, you are stripped, and standing in front of you is Feng Lang, looking the worse for wear, very hungover. It's morning
Oh,
outside.
you enjoyed my wine with the extra stuff inside.
You I'm going to make an example out of you.
Well, I figured that was the case. Otherwise, I would have kept my mouth shut.
Oh, don't worry. Matron, and you watch as the Matron of Foxes comes in, no longer in the kimono, now in what almost looks like a silk robe, and she's just yawning, and she's like, "Yes, this one needs punishment. Take him into the Feywild to the cat spirit's domain for me, and make sure they know that I will owe them a favor if they keep him there for at least a year." And the matron
God, he's gonna
face
he's gonna be the father of cats, literally.
splits into a grin as she grabs you, and your world shifts, and Padsby disappears from the face of Medora for at least a year.
Oh, mate. At least
Oh, I mean, you're
dead.
not dead, so.
Yeah.
And you got a free trip to the Feywild. What more could you ask?
Are the
for?
cats are at least like cat girls?
Oh no, we're talking proper cats.
Oh,
Oh, actual cats. Oh, no fun for you then.
that's gonna be weird. That's gonna
Oh.
be weird as fuck.
It's the
Oh,
Feywild,
at
man.
least you still have. Oh no, you've lost all your catnip, haven't you?
Yeah.
But yeah,
You've
and
been stripped.
if we do Heist Gang again, the 4 of you who weren't caught, next time you will get to each choose a rare magical item to have gained from Baron Blacktooth.
Yeah.
Hey.
We
Oh
just
my god,
sauntered the
Sirenscape, come
tavern by.
on!
And that is
There
the
we go.
end of
Thank
the
you.
Heist one-shot.
How
Oh
the
my
hell
god.
did we actually
What the
make
fuck?
that?
What the fuck? Dice, seriously. We are the most unlucky group in
I had
the
to be a
entire
very
universe.
kind DM at a few points there.
I mean,
Yes.
we weren't
Fine.
going to get anywhere, Paddy, if you hadn't. Like, that, you've got to admit, that was freakishly
Oh,
stupid.
yeah.
To roll below a fucking 10
Every
consistently every single time,
the
and
same
only
thing.
rolling, like, a decent roll, like, maybe once in a blue moon. That's taking
Next
the
time I'm
piss.
using my own dice and I'll just show you what.
Yeah,
number
I think
Yeah.
I think maybe
Yeah.
yeah.
Anyway,
I'm hoping that,
hope
that means
you
we've got
all-
all of our unlucky stuff.
Yes.
hope you all enjoyed. We will obviously be playing more games and uploading them as and when we can, until we can get back to streaming. But until then, everyone enjoy your own games. Hope you all enjoyed this, whatever clusterfuck this ended up being. I definitely enjoyed it. It was my first attempt at writing a heist. I hope it was good. Until next time, bye for now.
Bye.
Bye.